Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Glare are stepping onto orange to see who comes out on top. Ignis has a massive head-to-head advantage here, winning over 70% of their historical clashes. It's certainly the reason he entered the server as the clear favorite. We'll see if he can get back to his usual standards after that shaky start. Glare is really putting the pressure on Ignis now. The higher seat is really feeling the heat early on. These two are locked in a dead heat and it's anyone's game right now. He's really fighting to make up for that rough 24-hour stretch. Ignis just barely pulls ahead with a thin 3-2 lead. Goodness, what a fight! He manages to survive a chaotic scramble to tie the set. We're seeing a very different story than their last clash. Ignis claws back into a one-round lead. It's a rough stretch for the rank 27 seed. And an absolute stalemate at 4 apiece for these two. Glare is really defying the odds tonight. Unreal, both of them were nearly out of health, but he barely manages to scrap through. That's a huge shift in momentum compared to their last meeting. What a wild exchange! He barely escapes with his life to secure a third straight. That's a huge amount of damage dealt for a win. He manages to secure this one just in time for the side swap. Just a quick snap to keep things tight. We're all square at 6 apiece. Honestly, Glare is playing way above his usual level. He's hanging tight with the top seed, though Ignis is still looking very steady going into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Glare takes a slim lead, pushing ahead to 7. He's really pushing the pace, despite the tough 9-13 loss they had last time. Glare is currently boasting a 24-11 run over the last day. He's certainly proving that today is a great day to be the underdog. We have to wonder if Ignis can find a way to stall this momentum. He barely walks away from that disaster. A brutal exchange that leaves him with a sliver of health. Absolute nerves of steel to clutch that out. He just can't be stopped right now, taking another perfectly clean round to keep the streak alive. He's just completely taken over this series, claiming another victory to extend the surge. Glare shuts that down immediately and earns a quick victory. That's a strong response coming from the lower rated side here. Ignis is really starting to put some distance between himself and his opponent now. He fights through a tough trade to take a huge lead, putting himself one step away from victory. Glare holds his ground in a gritty exchange to stay in this fight. That was a much more deliberate exchange than the last two. What a turnaround! He is simply refusing to go down without a fight. A rapid sequence for the trailing side to keep the dream alive. Incredible. Ignis comes through the fire to seal the deal and take the whole thing. That was an absolute battle to the end, but he just managed to shut everything down. Glare really pushed him to the limit. He had to work for that. Welcome to Dunes. We've got Lancer and Glare facing off today, with Lancer entering the match as the favorite. Lancer is historically much stronger here, winning 56% of their lifetime clashes. But it's important to remember that Glare took the most recent match between them. He's clearly bringing that confidence into the early rounds today. Glare is really rolling now, pushing a 2-1 lead. The higher rated player is finally starting to put up a fight. The tide has completely turned here. Lancer has effectively erased that early lead in a heartbeat. He just cannot be stopped, claiming another round to keep this streak alive. Absolute perfection from Lancer, who just completely shut down that momentum shift. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life in that exchange to keep his streak alive. The gap in their ladder positions is really showing here. A huge moment for Glare, finally halting that onslaught and proving he can hold his own. Lancer is putting on a strong display today, leaning into his 15-20 record from the last day, while seeing that early momentum shift back to his side shows he's effectively brushed off those recent losses. Now the focus is on whether Glare can find a way to disrupt this flow. Lancer's firmly in control now with a 7-4 cushion. He's really capitalizing on that rating advantage today. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. It's basically exactly what we expected. He's leaning on that superior 51% map win rate to keep Glare at arm's length for now. Let's see if Glare wakes up. Lancer is just cruising along at 9-4 now. The higher ranked player is simply too efficient today. Lancer is just dominating, leading 10-4. He's certainly shaking off those recent losses to Ignis. That was a lightning fast exchange. It's just pure speed from Glare to pick up another round. What a frantic exchange. Both players were nearly depleted, but Glare manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. He's on fire right now, taking another round with a completely untouched health bar. What a scrap! Lancer just barely edges this out after an intense back and forth battle. Glare has definitely been stronger on his better days. Just a blink and it was over. He shuts that down to move within striking distance of the win. He stays calm under pressure to keep the dream alive. It will take everything he has to overcome this deficit. He just won't go away, keeping the pressure high as Lancer stands one round away from victory. Game over. He shuts the door with a perfect final spray to secure the series. Glare definitely put up a fight, but the head-to-head dominance for Lancer is just too much to overcome. Welcome to the arena. Today we have Ignis facing off against Lancer to see who comes out on top. Ignis has an impressive 25-11 record over the last day. It's a strong start to a series where he already holds a significant historical advantage. We'll see if Lancer can close that gap and shift the momentum. Lancer is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. A nice response to that 13-5 beatdown from yesterday. The ties are back on the table. Now we're completely deadlocked after 4 rounds. The higher seed is showing why he's a step above on the ladder. Lancer just reclaimed the lead, pushing ahead 3-2. The lower rated side is definitely fighting back tonight. Lancer is dominating, now sitting comfortably at 4-2. The overall lead in their head-to-head feels a bit distant right now. The momentum has completely shifted and is now firmly in control with a 3-round surge. He refuses to go down without a fight, chipping away at that deficit. The favorite is finally finding some footing in this series. Lancer is really defying the odds here, considering he's historically won only 42% of his matches against Ignis. Well, that's a stark contrast to the way he's asserting himself in this specific set. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace. Lancer is just too sharp right now, securing another effortless win as the first half winds down. Lancer takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. The underdog is putting on a total shocker here. He's completely flipped the script on the high-ranked player. Let's see how Ignis resets. Lancer is simply outclassing him, moving to 9-4. The veteran experience is finally starting to show. Lancer is just relentless, now leading 10-4. A strong 60% win rate in his recent 10 is on full display. Ignis is staying stubborn. He isn't letting Lancer close this out quickly. Looking back at their long history, the veteran has clearly won more battles. Lancer manages to track him down on the ramp to keep the pressure high. Hard to believe he's staying this calm given his recent 16-20 run today. That's a cold-blooded finish to put Lancer just one step away from victory. The pressure is really mounting on the higher seeded side. Unreal, he closes it out with an absolute stunner of a shot to seal the victory. He really lived up to that sub-second reaction time today, completely erasing the memory of their last meeting. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on red line today as the favored Ignis takes on Glare in this match. Glare comes out swinging with a fast start, catching Ignis right as he stepped up onto the ramp. A tough start for the higher seeded player. Ignis has dominated this head-to-head matchup, winning about 71% of their career encounters. That kind of psychological edge usually proves decisive in a short series. It will be interesting to see if Glare can shake that mental burden today. Things have completely leveled out at 2 apiece. And it looks like those top 15 rankings are proving irrelevant tonight. Ignis takes control of the match from the ramp, putting himself in the driver's seat. His higher rank is starting to show in the precision. Glare is really keeping the pressure on, shutting down Ignis before he could even get his bearings on the ramp. Ignis nudges ahead by 1, holding a thin lead. Coming off a rough stretch in his other matches today. Ignis has been in stark contrast to his opponent today, putting up a 24-12 record across his last few games. So yeah, he's coming into this server with a massive amount of confidence. We're seeing that translate into an increasingly comfortable lead as Glare struggles to put up an answer. Ignis builds a 2-round cushion as we hit 10. The gap in their ladder positions is starting to feel real. Glare quickly shuts him down on that ramp, keeping the score tight. He's not letting that 13 ranking intimidate him tonight. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. You know, he's playing exactly as we expected based on that historical edge he has. Glare is fighting back, but the favorite is still in a strong position. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis keeps that momentum high, securing another one from the ramp to extend his lead. Glare's tough run of form is continuing into this one. Ignis is just outclassing him right now, using that ramp to maintain total control of the server. Ignis is pulling well away now with a 9-6 lead. A small spark for the player currently sitting at rank 28. Unbelievable. Ignis somehow claws back from the brink to secure the win with just a single health point. Absolute madness to survive that with a single health point. Ignis is really starting to separate himself now, with Glare just unable to find any answers. Fast response here, and he moves within striking distance of the finish line. That's a huge contrast from how Glare played his previous matches today. A quick, reflexive shot from Glare to keep his hopes alive. Still has a mountain to climb despite that quick snap. What a finish. Ignis manages to outlast his opponent in a fierce firefight to seal the victory. He really just cruised through that final stretch, confirming that he's completely in control of the server today. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Lancer and Glare are facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a substantial lead in their overall head-to-head record, winning over 56% of their encounters. He's actually riding a wave of confidence after winning their most recent duel just a short while ago. It's going to be interesting to see if Glare can find a way to disrupt that momentum. Glare showed some great reaction time there to shut down Lancer on the ramp. He really needs this a bit of a turnaround after those recent losses. Deadlocked at 2-all. It's anyone's game now. A huge opportunity for the lower ranked player to steal this. Lancer manages to hold his ground from the ramp to keep the lead. He's looking a bit more comfortable after that victory against Ignis earlier today. Lancer is just too quick today, completely cleaning up Glare on that ramp. Lancer's recent form has been quite strong compared to his opponent. Lancer's barely holding onto a narrow lead at 4-3. Still trying to shake off a tough string of results today. Glare is really starting to take control here, and that ramp position is serving him perfectly. Absolute control from Glare, who just tore through that ramp defense to secure his third straight victory. He's just completely untouchable right now, making it a 4-round run to lead 6-4. Lancer finds his target on the ramp to hold that momentum right before the break. He's certainly looking to make a statement today. Glare takes the 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a shock given his poor run of luck today. He's playing way above his rank right now, and Lancer looks a bit rattled. Time for a total reset. Glare is currently operating at a high level considering his 11-24 record over the last day. It's a total reversal of form from what we've seen him struggle with in earlier sets. He's completely ignoring the pressure of being the underdog right now. Glare is pulling away with a commanding 9-6 lead. It's just an incredible run of form for the lower-seeded player. Lancer scrapes by with a desperate win, showing some real grit to survive that exchange. Just an absolute nail-biter of a duel. Glare is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. The gap in rank isn't showing at all right now. Glare is really making Lancer fight for every single point right now. Lancer really can't shake those ghosts from their last meeting today. Lancer just put a stop to that momentum, taking Glare right off the ramp. He has a decent amount of ground to make up here. Unbelievable. Glare just put him in the dirt, and now he's 1 point away from victory. The pressure is definitely weighing on the higher-seeded competitor. A swift reaction from Lancer here to keep the dream alive. There was an incredibly crisp exchange to slow things down. What a performance! Glare shuts the door on Lancer to claim the match. He's finally shaken that losing streak and proved he can hang with the best in the league. Total shocker of a result. Welcome to the stream. We've got Ignis taking on Lancer today on Orange to see who comes out on top. Ignis enters this with a historically strong record, winning nearly 60% of their encounters. It makes sense why the odds favored him, especially since he's been playing so well today. We'll see if Lancer can find a way to flip the script. Ignis is absolutely dominating early with the 2-0 lead. Lancer definitely wanted to avenge that recent 13-5 win. Lancer fights back, cutting the lead to 2-1. Lancer is definitely playing a tighter game than their last encounter. What a scrap! He almost went down but manages to outlast his opponent in a chaotic firefight. He's certainly capitalizing on that rank advantage right now. He is simply too fast, taking full control of the server with another victory. Lancer is really struggling to put up a fight today. A sharp play there, making it a 3-round gap. It is a battle of two players, both comfortably in the upper half. Ignis has been on a tear with a 25-10 record in the last day. That high volume success is giving him a huge amount of confidence right now. It will be tough for Lancer to find any momentum against a player this warm. Lancer is falling behind, trailing 6-3 now. Lancer is fighting for ground and knows how to take rounds from him. Lancer is showing real grit here, shutting down that momentum and securing another round. He's certainly starting to shake the confidence out of this match. Ignis stays in the driver's seat at 7-4. He's currently holding a strong head-to-head advantage over his opponent. We head into the break with Ignis leading 8-4. Things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. He's looking sharp on Orange and should be able to close this out. Time to shake it off for Lancer. Ignis keeps rolling, pushing his lead to 9-4. Lancer has an uphill climb after struggling to hold a lead today. Lancer claws back around, now down 9-5. He's definitely keeping that previous high-scoring victory in mind. Lancer is putting a huge amount of pressure on the lead now, taking 3 in a row. The difference in rating between the two is negligible right now. Ignis keeps the pressure on, moving ahead to 10-6. He's showing exactly why he's ranked higher on the ladder. Lancer keeps the dream alive at 10-7. He's proved he can hold his own in this specific matchup before. These two are just trading blows back and forth, but Ignis is firmly in control of the pace. His history against this opponent really shines through today. A swift shutdown to reclaim control, putting him just a single round away from victory. He is simply shutting things down right now. Lancer manages to claw back one more to keep this series breathing, squeezing out another critical fight when it counts most. Lancer is staying frosty, putting up a huge wall here to keep his hopes alive. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Unbelievable. Ignis outduels his opponent in a frantic exchange to secure the match victory. Lancer really fought back hard, but the head-to-head history just proved too much for him to overcome here. He definitely made the favorite sweat. What a fight. Welcome to Dunes. We have Ignis and Glare facing off today, with Ignis entering as the clear favorite. Ignis holds an incredible 71% win rate over Glare in their historical head-to-head matchups, and it's a trend that's continued right into today's server. Glare is going to need a serious change in approach to break that cycle. Ignis is comfortably in control at 2-1. His high rating is definitely starting to show here. It's a complete deadlock now. Neither player is willing to let the other get a firm grip on this series. He's putting up a fight despite the rating difference. Ignis extends his lead to 3-2 after that sequence. Glare has clawed back to a 3-all stalemate. Both of these guys have been fighting through an exhausting day of matches. The momentum is shifting back and forth with almost every single round. These two are locked in a real battle. Ignis has been on an absolute tear today with a 26-9 record over the last 24 hours. And that high level of confidence is making this particular match feel like a formality. Glare is simply running out of answers here. We are deadlocked at 5 apiece. Absolutely wild. That's a big shift for the 28th ranked player in our league. He's on fire right now, securing another effortless kill to maintain that momentum. The gap in their rankings is almost non-existent right now. We're all tied up at 6 each. Well, it's a bit surprising to see a deadlock here, given how much stronger Ignis looked on paper. He'll have to find a way to regain control after that 3-round push from Glare. Let's see who takes this one. Glare just edges ahead with a narrow 7-6 lead. He really looks determined to flip the script today. Ignis answers back and we are tied at 7. Neither player has managed to build any real momentum yet. Goodness, what a scramble. He barely scraps through that exchange to take the lead. He looks poised to replicate that 13-7 result we saw in their last meeting. Ignis just leveled the playing field at 8 apiece. The lower rated player is simply refusing to go away. Ignis takes a slender 1-round cushion at 9-8. His consistency is showing, especially with the lower win rate Glare has on this map. Wow, both of them were practically dead in that air, but Ignis survives the exchange to push his lead to... Glare strikes back, bringing the score to 10-9. He's showing much more resilience than we've seen in previous meetings. And just like that, Glare forces a 10-10 tie. Truly an unexpected turn for a player currently ranked 28. Unbelievable. Both players are completely shredded in that exchange, but he barely survives with just 6 health to keep the streak alive. And he is simply outclassing him right now, putting himself just a single win away from the victory. And there it is. Glare slams the door shut with an incredible 5-round surge to close out the match. To walk away from a series like that against a guy who's usually owned him, just an incredible display of grit. He really proved that the history books don't matter today. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Lancer and Glare facing off to see who comes out on top today. Lancer holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with over 800 wins. It's interesting because Glare actually took the last duel between these two just recently. The question is whether that previous result gives him a mental edge today. He's completely in control, securing a third straight round without taking a single hit. That's a tough start for the rank 27 player. Lancer is simply too fast, continuing a perfect run to start this map. The odds are definitely looking correct for this one. Simply outclassing him, that makes 5 straight for the leader. The number 21 rank player is putting on a clinic. He's just untouchable right now. Moving to a 6-round lead. He seems to have totally forgotten that last loss between them. Lancer is absolutely tearing through the competition, securing yet another effortless victory. Simply unbelievable. He's just out of reach as the streak hits 8. He's really making the most of this start. Prolonged exchange this time, but he still walks away without a scratch for number 9. An absolute polar opposite to the form he showed in their last meeting. Finally a round for Glare to put on the board. A quick reaction from him there to get back in it. Lancer is coming in with a tough set of results, having gone 16-19 over the last day. So yeah, it feels like he's really fighting for his confidence right now. We just have to see if he can snap out of this slump before Glare builds any more momentum. Lancer takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break, and honestly he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. Glare has a steep climb ahead of him if he wants to steal this match. Lancer is just 1 round away from wrapping this up quickly. That's a strong way to recover from a rough loss against Ignis earlier. Another fast response there, and now he's sitting on match point. The sheer skill gap between these two is showing. A sudden burst of speed from Glare to keep this fight alive. And that's it. A perfect final sequence secures the victory for Lancer. He just looked completely locked in from the start, no doubt about it. The gap in skill was far too wide today. Welcome to the arena. We've got Ignis taking on Lancer today in a match where the favorite looks strong. Ignis holds a strong head-to-head lead with a 58% win rate over Lancer. It's a matchup where we've seen a consistent pattern of dominance from the favorite. Lancer is definitely going to need a strong early push to disrupt that history. Ignis is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. The pace is picking up rapidly. That last exchange was over in a fraction of a second. Ignis maintains a narrow edge as we hit round 6. Lancer is showing plenty of resilience after that rough outing against Glare. Lancer has clawed back to a dead heat. Lancer is definitely feeling confident after that dominant showing against Glare earlier. Total control now, he just cannot be stopped as this streak hits 3. The momentum has completely shifted in this one. Ignis is back in the driver's seat, claiming a rapid point to even things up. Ignis edges ahead, holding a slim 1-point lead. He's putting together a really solid day with those 26 wins. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, extending the lead to 6. That's an impressive run for someone sitting at rank 13. The pressure is immense and he's just refusing to let up with another clean win. Lancer is struggling to keep pace after those tough losses earlier today. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, the gap in skill we expected is definitely showing here. Lancer put up a fight, but Ignis is just too consistent. Let's see a big response here. Ignis is entering this final stretch with a strong 16-10 record today. He's certainly proving why he's rated higher on the ladder. He's completely locked in, making it very difficult for Lancer to mount a comeback. Ignis is just too fast from that ramp and he is really putting a stranglehold on this map. Looking at the rankings, he's got a slight advantage in raw rating. He just can't be stopped, pushing the lead to an 11-4 stranglehold. His consistency today has been a huge factor in this result. Lancer digs deep and wins a grueling exchange to get back on the board. A huge effort from the 19-seeded player to keep this alive. Lancer is putting up a real fight here, refusing to let the map slip away entirely. He's completely taken over the server, sweeping another one and picking Ignis right off the ramp. Lancer is really making a statement with this run. That was an incredibly fast reset, putting him just 1 round away from victory. What a way to close it out. Ignis secures the victory with a perfect finals. He looks completely untouchable right now, proving that he's just in a different league today. Welcome to Redline. We have Ignis taking on Glare today with the favorite looking to keep his strong lead. Ignis holds a massive lead in their overall head-to-head history. That gap is precisely why he's expected to bounce back from this opening loss. It will be a test to see if he can actually get his momentum back. Glare is playing this with a lot of confidence right now, really capitalizing on that height advantage on the ramp. Ignis manages to hold that high ground effectively, putting himself right back in the mix here. The skill gap is starting to show in this series. Glare is just dominating, putting up a commanding 3-1 lead. His overall number of games played is nearly double that of Glare. Unbelievable, he almost goes down with that trade, but barely scrapes through to take a 4-1 lead. Quite a turnaround after that 13-10 loss on Dunes. He's just too fast today, cruising to a huge 5-round lead. The higher rated player just can't find any answers. He's just not letting up, securing another victory to extend that lead to 6-1. A really tough way to start the day for the 13th seed. Ignis finally finds his mark to pull back around. He certainly felt stronger in the earlier hours with a 25-10 record. Glare is just too dangerous from that ramp and is quickly pushing his lead to a 5-round cushion. The lower seeded player is just outclassing his opponent today. What a scrap! Ignis almost went down, but he managed to shut things down for Glare on the ramp. It's a battle of contrasting days for these two. Glare is really leaning into the confidence of the 13-10 victory from their last meeting, and honestly it's starting to outweigh the historical dominance we've seen from Ignis in the past. He's completely shifted the dynamic of this series. We'll take a quick timeout here on Redline and be right back with more action. And we are back live on Redline with Glare holding a commanding 8-3 lead. Glare takes a 9-3 lead into the break. And honestly, the 13th seed is looking completely lost right now. We expected the veteran to handle this easily, but the underdog is just stealing every point. Time to flip the script. Glare is just in complete control, using that ramp to shut down any hope of a recovery. The rating gap certainly isn't helping him right now. Hard-pounding exchange. He barely survives that fight to secure an arrow victory. Glare is simply cruising now with a 10-5 cushion. He's definitely finding his footing again. Glare is just too sharp right now, instantly shutting down Ignis' attempt to hold that high ground. Just another high-pressure moment for someone outside the top 20. These rounds have become incredibly fast. We're seeing lightning-quick exchanges as both players refuse to give an inch. He's definitely fighting the good fight to close this gap. What a fight. He nearly hit the floor there, but Ignis claws back another round for himself. Pure nerves, just barely surviving that one. A total shutout for the veteran who's now completely taking over this stretch. The 28th seed is starting to feel the pressure. He's simply on fire right now, taking a 4th straight to keep the dream alive. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. What a scramble. He practically walked through a wall of fire to secure his 5th straight victory. Absolute insanity. He survives with just a sliver of health to tie things up at 11-11. Talk about a complete collapse from the underdog in a matter of minutes. He is just unstoppable right now, taking a 7th straight for a staggering lead. He's completely reclaimed his role as the superior seed in this matchup. clash. Glare barely walks away with that one, forcing this series into overtime. Tense stuff. Both players are shaking in their boots right now. What grit from Ignis, out-dueling his opponent on the ramp to secure a lead in this overtime fight. The momentum has completely swung for the top seed. What a frantic sequence. Glare barely survives that shootout to bring the series back to deadlock. An absolute war of attrition. But he manages to claw his way to a 14-13 lead. Absolute nail-biter for the crowd right now. Neither one is backing down, and they're just trading shots in a complete deadlock. Truly an unbelievable day for the lower ranked player to stay this consistent. He holds his ground on the ramp and secures a massive lead in this overtime stretch. That was an incredibly clean finish to tie up the series. Fierce straight from the ramp, and the underdog wins the duel to reach match point. He just needed a big outplay to stay in this. Ignis is hanging on, trailing by just one now. Absolute deadlock now, a perfect 16-all stalemate. Ignis surges ahead by one in this wild fight. He's really leaning into that status as the heavy favorite now. Ignis looks dominant, pulling ahead to an 18-16 lead. The gap in experience is definitely showing in this late game pressure. Ignis keeps the lead at 18-17 after that exchange. He manages to disrupt the rhythm just in time. Back to a dead heat as we hit 18 apiece. A total stalemate as they head into the next one. Ignis edges ahead, taking a thin 19-18 lead. Glare strikes back to even things up at 19. Glare just takes the lead, putting Ignis on the ropes. The lower seed is refusing to fold under the pressure. Glare just pulled ahead by 2, looking very strong. Purely clinical efficiency to put the pressure right back on the favorite. Nick. He's refusing to go quietly in this overtime battle. Glare is just cruising now with that 22-20 cushion. He's just totally rewritten the script for this rivalry today. He's finally broken that stranglehold in his head over him in their head-to-heads. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we have Lancer and Glare facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Lancer just gets the first lead by playing it from the ramp. His head-to-head dominance here is really starting to show. Lancer has a substantial lead in their lifetime history with a 56% win rate. But Glare is coming in with much more positive energy after a strong run of results today. It'll be interesting to see if the historical advantage carries enough weight this time. Glare has fought back to a dead heat. This is a much closer fight than the favorite suggested. Glare is really putting the pressure on here, taking control of the map. From that ramp position, it's a total reversal from that blowout we saw earlier today. Unbelievable. He survives with a single hit point to keep the streak going. Just a complete flip from that lopsided battle they had on Italy P. Lancer answers back quickly, bringing the score within 1. He's looking much more comfortable than he did against Ignis. Lancer's overall win rate in the league has dipped down to 40% in his last 10 games. You know, it's a bit of a worrying trend for a player we expected to dominate this series. He really needs to find a way to stabilize this momentum. Glare just showed he isn't afraid to push up and clear Lancer off that ramp. A huge shift in confidence compared to their match on Italy. P. Lancer had no trouble cleaning up that angle, and now we are right back to a tie. It's a complete toss-up right now, despite the initial expectations. It's a 7-5 lead for Glare going into the break. I mean, the higher-rated player is definitely struggling to keep up. He'll have to shake this off if he wants to avoid an upset. Time to switch sides. Glare extends the lead to 3 rounds up. Hard to believe he's the one holding the lead right now. Glare has just run away with a commanding 9-5 lead. He's completely erased that memory of the Italy P blowout. Glare shuts everything down from the ramp and is now just 3 rounds away from the win. He's simply too fast, securing another effortless win to move within 2 of the finish line. Lancer just gets a fast one back to keep the score moving. That's one strong way to shake off that previous loss to Ignis. Glare just wipes him off the ramp and is now staring down a match point. Lancer is struggling to live up to the expectations set before this map. What a way to close it out. Glare secures the final blow from the ramp and takes the victory. He really stepped up his game today. Lancer had a historical edge, but he just couldn't handle the pressure this time. Welcome to the show. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off on Mapas, with Ignis entering the match as the favorite. Ignis holds a strong historical advantage, winning nearly 60% of their encounters over the long term. It's interesting that we're seeing a different story early on in this set. It'll be a battle of wills to see who can dictate the pace. Lancer's fighting back, but Ignis still leads 2-1. He's looking sharp after that strong 13-7 win earlier. Unbelievable. He's completely overwhelmed the competition, taking the lead with three straight wins. That gap in their ladder positions is definitely showing. Lancer answers back immediately, putting the score right back at 3-2. A real battle for the lower half rankings here. Holy cow, what a scramble. Ignis close out a victory, but he was just a few hits away from falling. Both of these players have put in a lot of work today. Ignis manages to edge ahead, putting Lancer on the defensive. His consistency today is similar to that 25-10 run he's had recently. Ignis is really leaning into his current form, putting up a strong 25-10 record over the last day. So yeah, it looks like he's managed to carry that momentum directly into this series. Lancer will need a big shift in pace if he wants to avoid another blowout. Ignis is pulling away, extending his lead to 6-4. The gap between these two on the ladder is evident. Lancer is really starting to slip away here, failing to find any way to break this current momentum. We head into the break with Ignis leading 7-5. I mean, the outcome is precisely what we expected given the gap in their skill ratings. He's keeping the pressure on as we move to the second half. New side, new opportunity. Ignis is cruising now, holding a commanding 8-5 lead. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle against the number 13 seed. Lancer shows a lot of heart here, keeping the pressure on as he narrows the gap. Lancer is refusing to let this game slip away. There was a clean exchange to get back in the driver's seat. He's effectively cutting the deficit down to just one, showing some serious grit today. Lancer is on fire now, evening things up with a completely clean kill to tie the series. A complete shift in momentum as the board wipes clean. He's completely taken over this half, climbing back into the lead with a 4th straight victory. He's completely turned this match on its head. Absolute perfection. He's just unstoppable right now with 5 straight victories. Just incredible. He's completely seized control of this game, racking up 6 straight points. He finally puts a stop to that run, proving he's not going down without a fight. A huge sigh of relief for the favorite to get back in the game. What a scrap. Lancer digs in to secure another round, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. Ignis keeps the dream alive with another efficient kill, showing some serious resilience here. What a stunning conclusion. Lancer finishes the job with a perfect shot to close out the series. He really just played out of his mind when it mattered most. That's a huge result for the lower seed. What a fight. Welcome everyone. Ignis and Glare are facing off on Dunes, with the favorite looking to secure a strong win today. Ignis has a massive head-to-head advantage with over 600 wins against Glare's. Recent form suggests that those historical numbers might not be the whole story today. Glare actually took the victory in their most recent meeting, so he knows he can step up. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries through. Absolutely zero resistance from the opponent as he just keeps racking them up. Glare keeps his composure here, answering back with a quick snap to keep this contest close. Ignis is just dominating right now, leading 4-1. He's really trying to bounce back from that recent loss to Lancer. What a scramble. He barely edges this one out in a chaotic firefight. Looking to erase that memory of a close loss earlier today. Just can't be stopped right now, putting a huge gap between himself and his opponent. The ranking gap is really showing its face right now. He's just completely took over the map, extending that run to 4 straight. A rough stretch for the number 26 seed right now. Unreal. Both players were absolutely shredded in that trade, but Glare barely survives the chaos. Wow, what a fight. He almost goes down, but manages to survive with a sliver of health. Despite that earlier head-to-head setback, he looks completely in control here. Ignis has clearly shifted the momentum with a 24-11 record over the last day. It's a sharp contrast to the struggle we saw in his previous matches. He's really starting to assert his authority over the lower ranked opponent. Ignis goes into the break with a 9-3 lead, and honestly this is exactly how the analysts expected the match to start. He's playing his role as the higher seed perfectly. Glare needs a huge turnaround on the other side. Ignis extends his lead to 9-4 as Glare struggles. A stark contrast to the low success rate he normally has on this surface. Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-4. He's showing why he's the higher seed in this pairing. Incredible grit. Glare barely clings to life after a brutal exchange to secure the round. He's definitely leaning on that momentum from his win over Lancer earlier. Ignis holds a healthy 4-round cushion at 10-6. The lower seed is really fighting back with a lot of heart. What a brawl. Both players were practically dead in the water, but he manages to scrape through with a tiny margin. The momentum shifts right back as he regains control. He's really cutting into that lead, and you can tell he's getting more comfortable as the game goes on. Hard to forget, he's an established threat in this bracket. That was a flawless exchange, and now he's just one step away from ending this. That was an incredibly sharp flick to seal the deal. And there it is, a blistering shot to wrap up the series for Ignis. He really got back into the swing of things here, putting on a show to settle the score after that previous loss. Welcome to the Berserk League. Lancer and Glare face off on orange, where the favorite looks to secure a victory. Lancer holds a significant lead over Glare in their lifetime head-to-head history, but the momentum has shifted. After getting dominated in their most recent meeting, Lancer is really fighting uphill to reclaim his usual edge here. He is simply too quick today, extending his lead to a 3-round gap. A complete reversal of the usual dynamic we see here. He's just completely unstoppable right now, taking full control of the map. The higher ranked player is currently getting outclassed. Lancer finally manages to trade back around and find his footing. He's certainly making use of that rating advantage. Glare is absolutely dominating with a massive 5-1 lead. Glare has really managed to flip the script, having gone 12-23 in the last 24 hours. It seems he's found a new level of confidence in this particular set. He's essentially ignoring the historical pressure of this rivalry right now. Lancer puts up a fight here, grabbing another round for himself. That's a nice quick response to keep things interesting. Glare keeps the pressure high, leading 7-3. That's exactly the kind of composure we expect from someone rated top 25. Glare is firmly in the driver's seat at 8-3. That was an incredibly fast exchange to seal the round. Glare enters the break with a huge 9-3 advantage. I mean, everything about this start is the opposite of what we expected. Glare is putting on a shock performance despite Lancer holding the historical edge in this rivalry. Let's see if Lancer can wake up. Glare is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-3. He's playing far above his usual rank today. Lancer close, one back, but he's still trailing 4-10. A surprising turn of events for a duo usually this balanced on this map. Lancer is finally putting some pressure back on Glare here, winning 2 in a row to close the gap. He's playing more like the favorite now. Unreal. He barely clings to life in a chaotic shootout, keeping his run alive. Lancer is certainly reminding us why he's the higher ranked player tonight. He shuts down that comeback attempt quickly, bringing the score to 11-6. Looking at their historical records, they're essentially dead, even on this map. A brutal halt to that resurgence, and Glare is now just a single round from the victory. He really had the wind in his sails for a moment there. What a conclusion. Glare secures the final blow to walk away with the victory. It's just a rough day at the office for Lancer, who couldn't find an answer for that form. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have Ignis taking on Lancer in a match where the favorite faces a tough challenge. Unreal, both players were trading heavy hits, but Lancer just barely manages to scrap through. A strong start for the guy currently sitting at rank 23. Lancer is definitely capitalizing on his current momentum, taking a lead over the favorite right out of the gate. He's holding a decent lead in their head-to-head history. Lancer is absolutely on fire, putting up a perfect 3-0 start. He's showing a lot of confidence after that previous series win. Ignis gets his revenge, picking Lancer right off the ramp to spark a response. That was a much cleaner look for the favored player. He's not backing down, with Ignis continuing his climb back into this match. The gap in their rankings is starting to look a lot smaller. Lancer just shuts that down, cleaning him up right off the ramp to put some distance between them. He holds the high ground on the ramp to secure another win and narrow the gap. He is definitely finding his timing in these exchanges. What a result! He's completely equalized the match, bringing the score to 4-4. Total reset of the board now. He's simply too fast right now, securing his third straight to take the lead. He's just relentless. Ignis keeps this streak alive to put himself in the driver's seat. Exactly what you want to see when you're the betting favorite. Absolutely out of control. He secures a 5th straight victory from the ramp to completely shift the tide. Lancer hasn't looked this out of sync since his last few outings. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. This is exactly how we pictured things going. He proved why he's the higher ranked player here, but Lancer's early grid keeps this series very open. Let's see if Lancer finds his rhythm. Hard stopping. He manages to survive by a thread after a brutal slugfest from the ramp. A complete scrap for survival there. A complete shutdown of that attempt, showing a lot of grit as he narrows the gap. Lancer keeps pushing back against the odds here. He's showing some serious resolve here, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. A steady hand is keeping the underdog from stealing this series. Lancer is refusing to go away, securing another point to keep this series alive. It's becoming a real dogfight now. He manages to outlast the exchange, keeping the momentum firmly on his side. This is the kind of consistency expected from a top-tier competitor. Lancer effectively clears the ramp to keep his rally going. Lancer is fighting for every single inch of ground. What a shot! He manages to outplay his opponent from the ramp to extend his lead to 11-8. A strong showing from him today after that tough series against KL. He's totally in control now, putting himself on the verge of victory after that incredible surge. The momentum has completely shifted in favor of the higher seed. What a finish! Ignis closes out the series with a huge final blow to take the map. He really showed his class today, keeping that head-to-head dominance intact. Lancer fought hard but just couldn't hold that lead. Welcome everyone to Italy. Ignis and Glare are ready for action, though the heavy favorite looks strong today. Ignis holds a commanding lead in their head-to-head history with a 71% win rate, and honestly it makes this early deficit quite surprising. We're seeing the underdog put up a serious fight right out of the gate. Glare is surging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. A quick reset for the higher ranked player. Ignis has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit to bring us back to a dead even score. Glare reclaimed the advantage, leading 3-2. He's really shaking off that loss from earlier today. Ignis, He's definitely showing why he sits at 13 on the ladder. Ignis is starting to stack up the wins here, putting a lot of pressure on Glare. The gap in their ratings is starting to show here. What a scramble! Glare barely clings to life after that exchange to level the game. An absolute nail-biter of a finish there. Glare pushes ahead, now leading 5-4. He's clearly not feeling the pressure of the rating difference right now. We'll be right back with more action from Italy after a very brief technical timeout. And we are back in the action on Italy with Glare holding a slim 5-4 lead. Ignis fights back to make it 5 apiece. Things are shifting, but he's still the more experienced hand here. Both of these players are reacting incredibly quickly right now, and the rounds are flying by. Slightly more challenging than the run he had earlier against Lancer. We're sitting at 6-all going into the break. I mean, it's a toss-up right now despite the rank difference. Both players are playing for their lives here, but Ignis still looks like the one to beat. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis, Nick. He's really continuing that momentum from his win on Dune. And just like that, Glare equalizes it at 7-all. The underdog is completely unfazed by the gap in their ratings. Ignis is just starting to lean into his strengths, steadily climbing back into a comfortable position. Another deadlock, leaving us tied up at 8 apiece. A massive turnaround from the result we saw earlier today. Ignis takes a slender one-round advantage over Glare. Looking at the numbers, that's a very familiar result between these two. Ignis has been remarkably consistent today, putting up a strong 24-11 record in the last day. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this second half surge. He's really putting the pressure on now. He's completely in control now and just needs one more to close this out. The higher seed has completely seized the lead. Fast response from Glare to stay in this, taking a clean fight to keep the series alive. What a finish. Ignis closes it out and secures the victory. Glare really pushed him to the limit, but those reflex shots were just on another level today. Ignis looks like he's in prime form right now. Welcome to the Berserk League. Lancer and Glare are ready to face off on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Lancer actually holds a massive lead in their lifetime head-to-head battles. It's clear that Glare is the one with the recent momentum, especially after that dominant win in their last encounter. Now we'll see if the favorite can find a way to flip the script. What a fight. He barely scrapes through that encounter to take a 2-round lead. He's really trying to bounce back from those 2 straight losses earlier. He's simply on another level right now, tearing through the competition. Lancer is definitely making up for that previous loss on Orange. Grueling back and forth exchange, but he edges out the win to keep his streak alive. The favorite is certainly asserting his dominance today. Absolute perfection from Lancer, securing a 5th straight victory without taking any damage. Glare puts a stop to that run with a clean shot of his own. His overall record on this layout suggests he can definitely keep this rolling. Lancer is currently putting up a really strong performance, looking very focused despite his recent slump with a 15-20 record today. It's quite a contrast to how he's been playing over the last few matches. He's definitely taking control of the pace here. He's showing great spirit, putting together a 2nd straight point to narrow the gap. The pressure is mounting for the higher seeded player here. Lancer holds a solid 3-point lead as we enter round 11. His higher position on the ladder is starting to show. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's holding that edge just as the analyst predicted. He had some great momentum early on, but Glare is keeping this match very close. Time to see if Glare rebounds. He's refusing to back down and secures another fast kill to close the gap. That's a really fast recovery to keep things tight. He's completely shifted the energy of this set, erasing that early deficit to square things up. Lancer barely clings to the lead at 8-7. A tough battle given the high volume of games these two have played. Lancer is completely shook. He's now dead, even with a challenger who just refuses to quit. The underdog is really stepping up to the plate here. What a scramble! He closed back into a 1-round lead after nearly being taken out of the fight. That was a nail-biter, barely holding on with a sliver of health. Lancer regains some breathing room with a 2-point cushion. The ladder difference is minimal, but he's looking like the clearly superior player. Lancer is completely taking over now, extending his lead to 11-8. He's really starting to put that overall head-to-head advantage to use. Absolutely effortless. He's now just a single victory away from ending this total shift in power from those early rounds. What a finish! Lancer closes it out right here and secures the match. He definitely put his head on a swivel to get this result, especially with how he's been struggling today. Just a much needed bounce back for the favorite. Welcome to the arena. We have Ignis and Lancer facing off today, with Ignis entering the duel as the favorite. Ignis is clearly the heavy favorite here, holding a strong lead in their head-to-head history. And it's interesting to see him struggle slightly in the opening exchange, given how consistently he's outplayed Lancer in the past. It'll be a test of mental fortitude to see if he can get things back on track quickly. Unbelievable. He claws it back from the edge of death to stay within striking distance. Lancer is fighting a tough battle against a highly rated opponent. Lancer has a commanding 3-1 lead now. The rank 23 player is putting up a serious fight. Lancer is just relentless, extending that gap to 4-1. He's definitely shaken off the loss from their last encounter. That was a gritty trade, but he manages to survive the exchange to keep the momentum going. Lancer is really capitalizing on his current form. What a fight! He barely survives a brutal exchange to snatch the round away. He's definitely showing why he holds a higher seed today. Ignis has a strong legacy of dominance here, having won 58% of their previous meetings. And honestly, it's just surprising that those head-to-head numbers aren't translating. Lancer is completely ignoring the history and playing his own game right now. Absolute perfection. He shuts everything down and finishes the job in under a second. A quick response from Ignis to tighten things up before the break. His recent win over Glare showed just how high his ceiling is. It is 8-4 in favor of Lancer heading into the break. I mean, he is just completely defying the odds right now. The underdog is taking full control of this map despite the historical disadvantage. Time to shake things up. Lancer sits comfortably at 9-4 with a massive lead. Siding with his current 16-19 run today, he's just locking in. Unreal, he claws through that brutal fight from the ramp, barely surviving with a sliver of health. He is definitely trying to reclaim that top 10 ranking. Lancer is just dominating the pace, pushing his lead to 10-5. Lancer is putting an absolute stranglehold on this series, barely letting Ignis breathe. Lancer is certainly making up for that loss on redline. Another effortless shot from Lancer, and he is now just one step away from victory. Lancer closes it out with a fast reflex shot to secure the map victory. Just a complete shift in momentum compared to their previous meeting. Ignis really couldn't find any answers today. Welcome everyone. We have Ignis and Glare facing off on Fast Aim, with Ignis entering as the heavy favorite. Ignis just really quick to punish that ramp play, putting Glare on the defensive immediately. Ignis has won 71% of their total encounters. He usually controls the pace when these two meet, but Glare is fighting back early. We'll see if the underdog can actually flip the script today. We've got a dead heat at 2-all. He's definitely showing some resilience despite that rough 13-23 run today. Glare is really putting the pressure on here, moving into a lead with 2 straight round wins. A surprising turn for the number 27 rated player right now. And we are back to a total deadlock at 3 apiece. He's been on a real tear today with 24 wins already. Glare edges ahead, now leading 4-3. His rank 27 position isn't slowing him down one bit. Ignis has already won about 60% of his matches in the last day. He's normally the one pushing the pace, but Glare has really found some timing here. It will be interesting to see if that momentum sticks as we approach the halfway point. Glare is just too fast right now, catching Ignis right as he stepped up onto the ramp. Just a few matches ago, he was on the losing side of this pairing. Glare is just totally in control right now, utilizing that high ground to pull further ahead. Glare takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, nobody expected the lower rated player to be in this position. He is definitely making Ignis sweat for every single point right now. Time to see if Ignis recovers. Glare is staring down an 8-5 lead now. That was a lightning fast sequence to secure the round. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. He's showing some real grit here, clawing back around to bring the gap to 2. That was a tighter exchange than the last few. Glare is just dominant, pushing a commanding 3-round lead. He's really playing above his usual standing right now. What a fast outplay, and he's starting to carve his way back into this game. That was an incredibly clean response to get the round back. Glare is really capitalizing on that ramp, positioning to build a significant gap. Glare is really finding his range, quickly shutting down that attempt from the ramp. Ignis is refusing to go quietly, keeping this series much closer than we expected. That's another one for him, continuing this push to close the gap. His early day struggles are finally becoming a thing of the past. Glare secures another victory from the ramp, putting himself just a single round away from the win. An absolute blur of a round as Ignis keeps this dream alive with a perfect shot. Unbelievable, Glare secures the final blow to seal the victory. He really defied the history books to pull this off, taking down a seasoned opponent in a total dogfight. What a match. Welcome everyone to the dunes. We've got Lancer taking on Glare in today's battle to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history, winning over 56% of their encounters. But that historical dominance is a stark contrast to how Glare has been playing in his most recent matches. It will be interesting to see if the favorite can regain his footing here. Glare is really starting to seize control here. He's definitely showing some of that form from the previous 13-8 victory. Lancer has completely flipped the script, erasing that early deficit in just a couple of exchanges. What a shift in energy. He's now claiming 3 consecutive rounds in a row. Absolute efficiency from Lancer, who now has 4 in a row. He's playing exactly like the clear favorite right now. Glare reacts instantly to shut that down and break the run. He certainly found his stride after a rougher start to the day. Lancer is currently sitting at a 52% win rate on this map, which is a huge advantage over the pace Glare has maintained here. And it's becoming clear that this specific environment is where he feels most comfortable. If he keeps this pressure up, he could easily close this out early. He's simply too fast right now, securing a 3rd straight win with an effortless snap. Glare gets his revenge here, securing a quick win to close in the gap. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. And honestly, it's exactly the story we anticipated. 2% map win rate to put up a solid wall in this opening half. Time for Glare to answer back. Lancer pushes further ahead, now commanding a 9-4 lead. He's just flexing that 21st spot on the ladder. Glare claws one back, narrowing the gap to 9-5. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. What a frantic exchange. Both players were nearly out of health, but he managed to secure the edge. He's showing a lot of grit after that tight exchange. He's on fire now, securing his 3rd consecutive point to keep the rally alive. The underdog is putting up a real fight tonight. Unbelievable drive from Glare, picking up a 4th straight to put himself right back in this contest. What a scramble. Glare emerges from that chaotic firefight to tie the series up at 9-9. The momentum has completely shifted toward the underdog. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through this one to take a 1-round lead. The survival instincts are just off the charts for him right now. A swift reaction there to put things back on even ground. Everything is wide open as we enter the final stretch. Lancer is starting to pull away again, showing that he can handle the pressure as things get tighter. We're seeing that top half ranking translate into results. A brutal slugfest where he survives the chaos to bring the tally dead even at 11-11. He's completely shaken the confidence of the higher ranked player. Absolute perfection in his aim as he moves one step closer to a huge upset victory. Stunning display of precision to force the tie. We are heading into overtime. Neither side is giving an inch in this deadlock. Lancer is really reclaiming the momentum here, putting a lot of pressure on his opponent after that double win. Glare refuses to back down, holding his ground to keep this battle alive. Lancer is having a much harder time keeping the lead tonight. Lancer is starting to separate himself here as the pressure really mounts in the final stages. Lancer makes a quick piece of work out of that, putting himself one step away from the victory. He's really starting to capitalize on that higher rating. What a response from Glare, shutting that down instantly to keep his hopes alive. That was a lightning fast response to keep the dream alive. Game over. Lancer shuts the door and secures the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but Lancer manages to hold on. Glare fought back so hard in overtime. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Ignis and Lancer facing off on Orange today to see who comes out on top. Ignis has an impressive overall lead in their history together, owning over 58% of their head-to-head matches, but that confidence might be shaking right now. Lancer is clearly the one with the hot hand after that last dominant victory between them. It'll be interesting to see who settles in first. Ignis is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. His top 15 rank is starting to show. He just can't find a way through, leaving his opponent completely in charge of this opening stretch. A complete reversal from how their last match went. Lancer answers back immediately, keeping the gap tight at 3-2. He's coming off a strong run of 3 straight wins recently. We are all square now with Lancer tying it up. The underdog is really making a case for himself today. Lancer is absolutely on fire, taking his 3rd straight round to claim the lead. Lancer is simply mirroring the form he showed in their previous meeting. Ignis secures the exchange with a clean burst to bring us back to a dead heat. Both players look incredibly evenly matched right now. Lancer just edges ahead, holding a slim 1-round advantage. The momentum from that 13-5 victory earlier is definitely carrying over. And just like that, Ignis levels the field at 5-5. The number 15 rank is starting to find some stability. Lancer is playing some incredibly disciplined CS right now, trading rounds perfectly to keep his narrow lead. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, this is exactly what we expected to see. Both players are trading blows and neither side has been able to break away yet. Let's see who shakes first. Lancer holds the edge by a single round. Both of these guys have really put in the work today. Ignis claws back to a deadlock at 7-0. Neither one is giving an inch as we move deeper into this set. Ignis is really putting the pressure on now, looking like he might pull away after that second straight win. He's really managing to shake off those two recent losses. Total stalemate now as Lancer pulls it back to 8 apiece. Lancer is definitely playing like the underdog who wants it more. Lancer manages to snatch a critical lead at 9-8. A real battle between two of the top 20 on the ladder. Lancer is simply refusing to let up now, claiming another one to keep the pressure high. The momentum shift feels almost total right now. The onslaught continues as he walks away completely unscathed for another round. The favorite is looking completely lost in this half. He's on a tear now, putting an end to that hopeful surge to reach match point. Lancer is just completely outclassing him in these exchanges. Lancer finishes him off with an incredible burst to close the series. He really managed to dismantle the map advantage Ignis had going into this. Just a complete takeover in those final rounds. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy for this match between Ignis and Glare. Let's see if the favorite can hold his ground today. Ignis has a massive advantage in their long-term head-to-head history, taking the vast majority of their meetings. It's an interesting contrast though, because Glare is coming in with the psychological edge after taking their most recent duel. It will be interesting to see if that trend holds here. Glare is really starting to run away with this. He's trying to shake off that rough start to the day. Glare is playing some incredibly clean rounds right now. He's really putting the pressure on. Glare is staring down a big 3-2 lead. The gap in the ratings is finally starting to show. Glare's now pushing a commanding 4-2 lead. It's a tough stretch for him, having dropped his last 3 maps. Ignis is really feeling the pressure after dropping 3 of his last matches. It's clear that this slump is weighing on him, especially with Glare playing so aggressively. We have to wonder if he's finally hit a wall. He's just untouchable right now, picking up another fast round to push his lead. A quick response from Ignis to get back on the board. He certainly has the higher rank of the two today. Glare is just dominating, extending the lead to 8-3. The rankings really aren't telling the whole story today. Glare heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. I mean, he's absolutely shredding the favorite right now. Ignis is struggling to keep up despite his superior ranking. Time to see if Ignis resets. Ignis is fighting a steep uphill climb at 4-9. Still, a huge gulf in their overall head-to-head history. Glare reaches double digits, leaving Ignis far behind. It's a complete flip from how their past meetings usually go. Glare is just relentless today, barely giving Ignis a moment to even breathe. A real shocker given the history between these two. Ignis is putting up a fight, but he still has a mountain to climb from here. He's certainly trying to reverse his form after those 3 straight losses. Ignis is starting to put up a fight, finding a bit of momentum as we head into the final stretch. That was a total shutout. Glare is now just a single round away from closing this match. A quick recovery for the leader here. What a finish. Glare comes through the exchange to close out the set. He just completely took over today, leaving the higher ranked player in his dust throughout that whole set. Welcome everyone to Berserk League Duels. We have Lancer and Glare facing off today on Mappas. Lancer clearly has the psychological advantage here, leading their head-to-head history 855, 664. And honestly, coming off that recent 16-14 victory against Glare, he seems completely comfortable in this matchup. Let's see if Glare can use his better map record to shift the momentum. Lancer holds a slim lead as we head back in. They are trading blows rapidly. Both players are reacting almost instantly, keeping this deadlock very tight. Glare has clawed back and now leads 3-2. The lower ranked player is definitely holding his ground right now. Lancer just leveled the field. We're tied at 3 apiece. A bib, a bib, a bib, a bib, 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 bib. Lancer is starting to build some real momentum here as he puts the pressure back on. 17 seed is proving too much to handle right now. Another deadlock. Lancer and Glare are dead even at 4. He's really playing the role of the spoiler today. Unbelievable. Glare barely clings to life after an absolute firefight to take the lead. The rating difference hasn't stopped him from finding an opening. He's completely taken over the map, securing his 3rd consecutive win in total control. A complete shutdown from the side of Glare, who just can't be stopped right now. A really surprising turnaround for the underdog today. Glare takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's completely ignored the rankings and the history here. That 5-round streak has put Lancer in a very deep hole. Time to see if Lancer responds. What a scramble. Lancer claws back a round in a total slugfest, surviving by a tiny margin. He's certainly trying to lean on that 60% recent form. Glare is really capitalizing on the map edge here with a 53% win rate on this specific layout. It's clear he's using that familiarity to negate Lancer's higher rank in this half. Now it's just a matter of whether Glare can maintain this control. Lancer manages to secure a victory from the ramp, proving he can still fight his way back into this. He's definitely showing why he's the favorite in this pairing. Glare is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. The gap in their ladder ratings is barely noticeable in this series. Lancer is starting to look really vulnerable here as his opponent puts an immense amount of pressure on him. Lancer is starting to look like the underdog here. That's a brutal sequence for Lancer as Glare secures his 3rd straight and hits match point. Lancer's head-to-head lead seems like a distant memory right now. Game over. Glare finishes him off to secure the final point and seal the match. He just completely dismantled that historical lead. He looked far more comfortable in these exchanges tonight. Welcome everyone. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top today. Ignis has won 58% of their previous encounters, clearly holding the long-term advantage in the matchup. And that a dominant history usually gives a player a lot of confidence when things start slow. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can shake that psychological weight early on. Ignis is really starting to put the pressure on, holding the ramp beautifully to keep that lead. We are completely deadlocked at 2 apiece now. Neither player looks completely sorted after those early trades. Lancer just snatched the lead, putting Ignis behind 3-2. He's capitalizing on the momentum from their most recent meeting. Lancer is simply on fire right now, stacking up a 3rd straight victory. Lancer has definitely found a way to solve him today. He strikes again from the ramp, completely taking control of the map. He's looking stronger than he did in their last meeting. Unreal Unreal. He's fighting for every single point out there right now. What a scramble. Lancer manages to hold on by a thread after that chaotic shootout. Lancer is really capitalizing on those recent win streaks. Lancer is currently playing a very different game than his history suggests. And honestly, it's surprising to see him dominate like this, given that he's usually the underdog in these pairings. The pressure is really mounting on the higher rated player to find some answers. Lancer takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, he's completely flipped the script here. We expected Ignis to carry this one, but the underdog is putting on a clinic in the first half. Time for Ignis to wake up. Absolute insanity. Ignis barely survives that trade, managing to pull off a victory with just a sliver of health left. That was a complete nail-biter of a round. Lancer is cruising comfortably with a massive 10-4 cushion. He's really building on that confidence from their previous map together. Ignis narrows it down to a 10-5 deficit now. Lancer's seen a lot of action today, and it might be wearing on him. The momentum is shifting quickly, as Ignis has a real chance to close the gap now. He just wipes him right off that window to keep this run going. He's playing much better than he did during that rough 4-loss stretch. Total shutout for that round as he keeps the floodgates open. The pressure is really starting to weigh on Lancer. Lancer quickly shuts things down from the ramp to regain control. He keeps proving that he belongs in the upper half of the ladder. He shuts the door on that rally, putting himself just 1 step away from the victory. A real tough spot for the higher seeded player to be in. Lancer finishes him off right there on the ramp to close out the series. Lancer has truly stepped up his game today. He's completely shaken off those old losses to prove he's the better man right now. Welcome to Red Line. We have Ignis taking on Glare today to see if the favorite can maintain their dominance. Ignis has a historical lead of 630 wins over Glare in this matchup. It's a massive gap that usually makes this look like a one-sided affair, given that Glare actually won their most recent encounter. We'll see if that confidence carries through these opening rounds. A complete shutout so far as he continues this blistering start. He's fighting to flip the script after a tough run of games lately. Absolute chaos in this exchange. He barely walked away from that, surviving with a sliver of health. He's definitely proving he can hold his own in this series. A quick reaction there to take him off the ramp, and the gap is closing. The underdog is definitely shaking things up early on. A fierce trade of fire, but he secures a third straight to tie things up. He's completely taken over this match, fighting through an absolute brawl to edge ahead 4-3. He's really playing like the man to beat right now. A scrappy fight that ends in a dead heat with both players tied up at 4. A welcome turn of events for him after that rough stretch today. A gritty effort from Glare to claw back into the lead, and the momentum has completely shifted. He's putting a lot of pressure on the higher rated side. He simply refuses to break, shutting down that momentum from the ramp for a 6-4 lead. A very different look from their usual meetings. He's practically untouchable right now, pushing his lead to 7 as we head toward the break. He's simply not playing like the underdog right now. Glare holds an 8-4 advantage heading into the second half. I mean, he is completely ignoring the rankings today. Ignis is really struggling to find any answers as the underdog keeps pushing the pace. Time for a clean slate. Ignis is currently 2015 in his last day of play, so yeah, it seems like he's starting to find his footing after a rough start. He really needs to capitalize on this moment if he wants to reverse the direction of the set. He manages to secure another one from the ramp, refusing to let his lead slip. A strong statement of intent from the lower seat. Perfectly clean sequence there, showing just how steady he's remaining. A huge shift from how these two usually match up. Ignis reacts faster to catch Glare on the ramp, which keeps things interesting. A much needed response for the 16 ranked player. He's showing some serious grit, putting together another win to bring the score back to 8-10. That was a swift exchange on the ramp, and Glare quickly regains control. The higher seed is really struggling to close the gap here. A high-stakes battle from the ramp, and Glare comes out on top, putting himself in a position to finish the game. His focus looks sharper than it has all afternoon. Ignis secures a vital fight from the ramp to keep this series alive. A much-needed glimpse of that favorite's quality. Unbelievable. He shuts the door with a perfectly timed shot to secure the match victory. He's just refusing to let that head-to-head record weigh him down today. Another win in the books for the underdog. He really earned that one. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have a great matchup today as Lancer takes on Glare in a fight for dominance. Lancer enters this series with a strong head-to-head lead, winning 56% of their previous matches. Though it's worth noting that Glare was the one who took the victory in their very last meeting. I wonder if that previous result gives Glare a bit more confidence today. Glare has seized control with a narrow 2-1 lead. The underdog is definitely feeling the heat right now. A complete reversal of fortunes as he secures a third straight victory. He manages to dig in from the boost to stop that run. He's trying to reclaim that status as the favorite. Lancer ties it up, making this a dead heat. A very tight battle between these two today. Absolute perfection from Lancer, who just took total control of the match. He's fully capitalizing on that ranking advantage right now. Lancer is simply refusing to back down, taking another one to extend that run. He's certainly putting a forgettable match against Glare behind him. Lancer's momentum is undeniable, picking up another one to reach a 5-round heater. He's definitely looking more like the seed rank right now. That is a clean response from Glare, who is showing a lot of grit to stay in this. A quick trade, and he's back in the conversation. Lancer has been very consistent with a 60% win rate over his last 10 games. It's clear that confidence is translating into results today. He's firmly in the driver's seat as we approach the half. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as the rankings predicted. He's showing a lot of poise and maintaining a comfortable cushion heading into the second half. Lancer pushes ahead again, now commanding a 9-4 lead. He is really making the most of his higher position on the ladder. Unreal. He barely clings to life, surviving that chaotic exchange with just a sliver of health left. That was way too close for comfort. Lancer keeps the pressure on, now doubling his opponent's score. That's exactly the kind of grit he's shown throughout his last few series. Lancer is putting a real stranglehold on this series, leaving Glare with a mountain to climb. He's quickly forgetting that tough 6-13 loss from their other encounter. What a fight! Lancer barely scrapes through that trade, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. Absolute luck on that last peak to keep the momentum rolling. Glare manages to find the mark and stays alive in this fight. He's fighting hard to avoid a quick exit. Game over. Lancer finishes the job with an effortless shot to secure the victory. He just completely outclassed him out there. Glad to see his seed rank reflecting in the results today. Welcome to the stream. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off on Italy to see who takes the win. What a wild exchange. Both players were shredding each other, but Ignis barely clings on to win the opening round. Ignis is just too quick today, picking Lancer right off the vine. A complete reversal from that last fast aim series. Unbelievable. It was almost gone, but clawed back from the edge to take the lead. Lancer has looked a lot more confident in their recent outings. A fierce battle of wills, but he manages to outlast the pressure and cut into that lead. The underdog is starting to push back. He's totally untouchable right now, putting on a show of strength to keep this comeback alive. Lancer is starting to look every bit the threat now. Ignis holds a strong overall head-to-head lead in their history. But Lancer has the momentum coming off a dominant win in their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that previous victory gives Lancer the psychological edge today. Absolute chaos there. He nearly goes down in a wild shootout, but manages to scrape through. Another strong showing from the favorite here. Wow, what a scrap! He barely walks away from that one, but it's another win for Ignis. That's another nail-biter for him, barely surviving that exchange. Lancer puts on a clinic from the wine to close the gap to 4-6. Lancer is definitely proving he can hang with the favorite player. He's keeping the pressure on, securing another round, just as we head toward the mid-game break. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly everything is playing out as we expected. He's utilizing a strong historical advantage to stay ahead, but Lancer is keeping this very close. Let's see if Lancer can push it. Ignis has a really comfortable lead in the all-time head-to-head. It's interesting because the map win rates are basically identical. Lancer is technically the higher ranked of the two, so we're seeing if that skill gap can actually bridge the historical divide. Lightning fast reaction there to shut the door on that comeback effort. Goodness. That was a total slugfest. He barely survives a brutal exchange to keep this run going. A huge shift from their last head-to-head encounter. A hard-fought trade, but he manages to come out on top in that exchange. That raw skill is on display from the 16th seed right now. He barely survives that firefight, but the victory puts him just one round away from the match. Lancer manages to shut it down, walking away from the encounter without taking a single hit. A huge contrast to how his last series ended up. Lancer is showing some serious resolve here, refusing to let the match slip away. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite now. He's just on fire right now, securing a third straight victory with a perfect shot. What a finish. He closes out the final round without letting his opponent land a single shot. He really managed to dig deep, especially with those few times he barely stayed standing. It's a big bounce back for the veteran. Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Glare are facing off on orange, with the top favorite looking to stay dominant. Ignis holds a massive overall edge in their head-to-head history. It's interesting that Glare is the one controlling the momentum right now after taking that first round. We'll see if he can keep this pressure up against the higher rated player. Ignis claws back the lead, putting him up 2-1. The top 16 seed is starting to flex those muscles. It's an absolute toss-up right now. Neither side can seem to pull away from the other. Ignis pulls ahead again, edging closer to the win. He's looking for some payback after that red line loss. And we're completely deadlocked at 3-0. A surprising shift in form considering the historical gap. Glare is starting to look really dangerous here, racking up 2 quick wins in a row. A fierce battle as Ignis and Glare sit tied. He's managed to stay steady despite the pressure today. Glare grabs the lead with a narrow 5-4 advantage. He's really capitalizing on that confidence from their last meet. We've got a real nail-biter here. Neither player is letting the other build any significant momentum. Ignis fights back, reclaiming a slim 1-round lead. A much more familiar result for the higher seeded player. We're locked at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Ignis was expected to run away with this, but Glare is simply refusing to back down. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can finally pull ahead now. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis secures a tiny cushion, pushing ahead to 7. Tough spot for his opponent, given the history between these two. Ignis has historically dominated this pairing, winning 70% of their lifetime matchups. Well, he's starting to prove why he's the heavy favorite here as he pulls away from the underdog. Glare is definitely feeling the pressure now. That was a messy exchange, but he survives the trade to keep this run going. He's really regaining the confidence from that earlier set. Simply untouchable right now. He's just completely shut out his opponent to make it 5 straight. Glare finally finds an answer, ending that long run for his opponent. Glare is putting on a great show, cutting that lead down to just 3 rounds now. Incredible. He survives with a sliver of health to keep this charging run alive. Absolute heart stopper of a fight to close that out. Ignis puts a stop to that charge and now stands just 1 round away from victory. Just a massive mountain for the underdog to climb now. What a frantic finish. Ignis pushes through the chaos to close out the series. He really managed to shake off that last loss to his opponent and settle things quickly. A really solid showing on our... Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Lancer and Glare facing off on Mappas to see who takes the win. Lancer really dominates this rivalry with a 56% win rate in their history. It's a massive sample size that gives him a huge mental advantage. He's clearly the one who knows how to read Glare's movement best. Absolute carnage in this exchange, and barely anyone is left standing as Glare barely scrapes through. He's fought tough today, but still sitting with a losing record for the same. We've got a total deadlock as Lancer and Glare stand even. The higher seeded player is starting to feel the pressure. Lancer pulls ahead, barely holding a narrow one-round lead. He's fighting a tough losing streak today across all his matches. Glare is starting to look a bit rattled as Lancer really starts to build some ground here. Glare is definitely feeling that tough stretch of losses today. That's a huge shift in momentum as Lancer takes full control of the server. He's really capitalizing on that 18 rank right now. A grueling trade that ends in his favor, and he's starting to claw his way back. Lancer just needs a single touch to regain total authority here. Lancer secures the advantage by using the ramp to pick his spot. Glare just had a rough match against Ignis earlier today. Unreal. He survives a total shootout with a sliver of health to keep the fight going. His nerves are definitely holding up under the pressure. Lancer is really starting to put a grip on this series with a 7-4 lead. This is a bit unexpected given Glare usually holds the advantage on this map. It's a testament to how much confidence Lancer is playing with right now. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Glare is still very much in the game, but the favorite is showing why he belongs at the top of the rankings right now. Lancer extends his grip on the lead to 8-5. He's really controlling the pace right now. Lancer is cruising now with a commanding 9-5 lead. He's definitely looking for some redemption after those rough losses today. Glare is fighting back now, showing he's still capable of trading blows with Lancer. The gap in rankings is negligible when Glare hits his shots. He refuses to back down, securing another point to keep this challenge alive. Pure aggression from him to close that one out so quickly. Lancer maintains a healthy 3-point cushion at 10-7. Snatch that round back in an instant. Lancer is really putting on the pressure now, swiftly putting a huge gap between himself and his opponent. Siding with the favorite, Lancer is really proving his class. Glare is refusing to just roll over here, fighting back when the pressure is at its peak. Lancer is usually the one to walk away with the series. A tough trade that goes his way, keeping the pressure high as the deficit shrinks. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. What a nail-biter. Lancer barely manages to survive that chaotic exchange to reach match point, squeezing out that win with almost nothing left in the tank. Unbelievable. Lancer closes it out perfectly to seal the victory. He really knew how to shut things down when it mattered. That's another solid result for the higher seed today. Welcome to Redline. Today we have Ignis facing off against Lancer to see who takes the win. What a scrap. Lancer clings to a single point of health to take the first round. His underdog status is usually well defined in this pairing. Ignis has comfortably won nearly 60% of their total encounters in the past. And that historical weight makes this early deficit feel even more surprising. We're seeing Lancer completely ignore the script for the start of this set. Lancer is really putting the pressure on, securing that third win from the ramp. The two are neck and neck on the ladder right now. Lancer just needs a final push to close this out. He really showed some resilience after that tough loss to Glare earlier. Lancer holds a commanding 4-2 lead as we restart. Both players are actually neck and neck in the ratings. Lancer is really making the most of that ramp position, continuing to build a solid lead here. Lancer looks completely unfazed by his recent loss to his rival. Ignis earns a clean kill from the ramp to keep his comeback alive. He's finally starting to play like the favorite in this one. Lancer is carrying a massive amount of confidence into this segment, having won 70% of his recent matches. He's essentially playing his best game of the week against someone who usually has his number. Now it's just a matter of whether he can keep this composure. He's staying strong as the comeback continues, securing a clean win just before the swap. The momentum is shifted just in time for the side swap. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's defying the history here. We usually expect Ignis to win these, but Lancer is playing way too well to be ignored. Let's see how the side swap. A fast encounter on the ramp, and Lancer just continues to build on this advantage. His current form is simply outclassing the head-to-head history. Lancer is just an absolute wall right now, refusing to let Ignis find any opening from that ramp. That 1500 rating really makes the battle an absolute toss-up. He is on fire, picking up another effortless win from the ramp to extend his streak. Ignis finally breaks the momentum, dragging Lancer off the ramp for a tough win. Finally, a little bit of breathing room for him. Lancer is just flashing some incredibly quick reactions, putting a real dampener on that brief rally from Ignis. Lancer shuts down the rally and puts himself on the verge of victory. It's becoming clear that the pre-match predictions were way off. Ignis finds a way to secure another round by picking him off the ramp. He's managed to pull back a little bit of ground here. A total stalemate on the ramp, but he manages to secure a second straight point. Lancer's grip on this match is starting to slip. What a finish. Lancer shuts the door on this map with a decisive blow from the ramp. Just an incredible performance. He really proved that the long-term numbers don't matter when you're playing this sharp. Welcome to the dunes. Ignis and Glare are ready for a fight, but the favorite looks strong heading into this one. Ignis has an incredible 70% win rate against Glare historically. So yeah, the mental advantage is already firmly in his corner. We saw that play out in their most recent meeting where Ignis took control from the start. Ignis keeps the lead, pushing a 2-1 advantage. Looking for some consistency after a rough day in the server. Ignis is really starting to pull away early on, showing zero signs of slowing down. The momentum has completely shifted and he's just steamrolling through this set. He's capitalizing on a tough day for his opponent. He's simply too quick for him right now, making that 4 straight. The ranking gap is really starting to show as we move forward. Glare gets the first blood back, snapping off a fast headshot. The lower ranked player finally gets some breathing room. Ignis has a massive historical lead in their head-to-head history. It's becoming clear that this psychological weight is starting to press on Glare. It's going to take a huge shift in confidence for him to close this gap. Ignis is cruising along with a commanding 7-3 lead. He's showing more resilience than he did in that last 13-9 loss. Glare is fighting back, and we're starting to see a real trend emerge here. The rating difference isn't stopping him from putting up a fight. Ignis takes the first half 8-4. Well, this is exactly what we looked for coming into the match. The favorite has the momentum and looks poised to close this out. Time to see if Glare can reset. Ignis holds a massive lead at 9-4 now. He's definitely leaning into that experience advantage today. Ignis is just untouchable, putting up a dominant 10-4. His recent struggle in the last match against Lancer isn't showing here. Another fast one for Ignis, who just refuses to let up. Glare is really struggling to put up a fight today. He's just too strong, putting up a lead of 12-4 and reaching match point. Expectations are being met completely in this series. What a chaotic finish! He barely survives that brawl to close out the series. That was just a complete shutdown of everything Glare tried to do. He's really firmly in control of this rivalry. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Lancer and Glare facing off today to see who can claim the win. Lancer is coming in with a huge confidence boost after winning 80% of his last 10 matches. It's a sharp contrast to the slide. Glare has been on lately. It'll be interesting to see if Glare can find a way to stop this momentum. Unbelievable. He manages to scrape through that exchange with a tiny sliver of health left. He's really turning the tide on that head-to-head record. We're all squared up now, just totally locked in. Lancer has the edge historically, and he's certainly looking the part. Glare takes a slim 3-2 lead into round 5. He's really shaking off that poor run of form today. Glare is really building some heat right now, moving the score firmly in his favor. The lower-seeded player is really asserting control here. Just an instant flick to end it. He's completely taking over this set. A complete turnaround for the lower-ranked player here. Lancer refuses to back down, clawing back into this contest. Lancer has historically held a huge lead in their lifetime, head-to-head battles. Well, it's surprising to see him currently on the back foot despite that massive track record. He needs to find a way to get around back before this slips away. What a scramble, he barely survives a frantic firefight to clear the first half with a healthy lead. Glare heads into the break with a surprising 8-4 lead. Honestly, it's a shock seeing the lower ranked player outpace Lancer like this. The underdog has all the momentum going into the second half. Time to see if Lancer can wake up. Lancer strikes back, narrowing the gap to 5-8. It's clear that the ranking gap is starting to show now. Another lightning fast reflex play as he continues to dig himself out of this hole. Glare is sitting pretty with a 9-6 cushion. Lancer is showing some real grit, securing a spotless round to keep this fight alive. Both players traded heavy damage in that messy exchange, but he outlasted the fight to keep this comeback alive. Lancer is completely on fire now, bringing this series back to a dead heat. Total deadlock now, right in the thick of it. Absolutely unstoppable right now. He's just completely taken over the server. Glare answers back immediately to bring things level. Lancer has won more of their lifetime head-to-heads, but it's a wash now. What a brutal fight. He manages to outlast the carnage and claw his way back even further in this comeback. He's finally starting to look like the heavy favorite we expected. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and somehow Glare manages to outlast his opponent while clinging to a tiny bit of health. A perfectly timed shot, and now he's just one round away from completing this epic recovery. Lancer is really starting to lean on that top tier rank now. Unbelievable. Glare forces the tie at 12-12, sending this nail-biter straight into over. A total gamble by the lower ranked player that's paying off. Lancer is just refusing to let this match go, putting on a clinic here to take the lead. That was a clean sweep of a round. We're seeing a lot of quick trades lately. Neither one is letting the other breathe for more than a couple of seconds. Gritty exchange here, but he just will not quit, holding a narrow lead in this overtime battle. Pace is just blinding now. These rounds are ending in a heartbeat. Glad to see he's shaking off that brutal losing streak from earlier. Another fast reaction there. Lancer is staring down victory after an incredible fight back. What a response. He shuts things down instantly to put himself on the verge of victory. Glare holds a slim 1-point advantage for now. Symmetry once again as Lancer and Glare sit tight. Lancer pulls ahead by a single point. Now he's just completely locked in during the closing stretch. Pure madness as we're back at 17-all. The 27th ranked player is refusing to go down. Glare just edged ahead by 1 in this thriller. The underdog is really making a statement in this series. Glare is clinging to a 2-point lead as we move on. He really dug deep to outlast Lancer in the overtime scramble. This was the kind of mental toughness he needed to turn his week around. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone, we've got a great match on Fast Aim today featuring Ignis and Lancer. Let's see who takes it. Ignis has dominated the lifetime head-to-head by winning 58% of their encounters. It's a clear psychological advantage, though we know Lancer was the one who took the victory in their most recent meeting. He'll be looking to repeat that performance quickly. Absolutely ruthless. He picks up another win from the ramp to move his lead to 3-0. A frantic trade, but he manages to secure the finish to complete the shutout. A huge shift from how their last duel ended on red line. He's just completely untouchable right now, extending his perfect start to 5 straight. Lancer's recent strong run in his last 10 is completely absent here. He just can't be stopped, taking full control of the map with a perfect 6-0 lead. Unreal, he barely survives that scramble to take a huge 7-round lead. These two are almost identical on the ladder right now. Lancer finally finds a way through to get his first point of the map. He is clearly not feeling the pressure of being the underdog today. Ignis has pushed his recent daily record to 1916, and honestly, that consistency is paying off in a big way today. He is putting together an effortless lead, while Lancer just can't find any momentum. It'll take a serious turnaround from him to stay in this. Lancer is putting up a fight, keeping his position on the ramp to keep this game alive. Ignis takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, he's essentially running through the script here. It's a total reflection of the overall head-to-head advantage he holds over Lancer. Lancer needs to wake up now. Ignis continues to pull away, now leading 10-3. He's really leaning into that historical dominance over Lancer tonight. Ignis just refuses to let go, securing another one from the ramp to keep the pressure high. Their ratings are nearly identical, but the play here is totally one-sided. He puts an end to that small rally and finds himself just one round away from the finish. A fast reaction from Lancer to keep his hopes alive. Lancer's reaction time was absolutely spot on in that exchange. He's not going down without a fight, cleaning up that exchange to keep the dream alive. He just can't be slowed down, completing a hat-trick of rounds to keep this contest going. Lancer is playing with a lot more confidence than he was at the start. He's simply on fire, securing another effortless point to keep this run alive. Lancer is simply tearing through him, keeping this surge alive with a perfectly clean finish. Lancer's run is simply unbelievable, stacking up another victory from the ramp to keep this comeback charging. The momentum is completely with Lancer now, grabbing his 7th straight win to keep this rally going. Lancer looks completely revitalized after that brutal slide. What a finish! Ignis closes the door with a perfect shot to take the match. Lancer really thought he had the momentum swing shifted in his favor after that insane run. He just couldn't close it out. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're at the arena today for a clash between Ignis and Glare, where the favorite looks very strong. Ignis holds a massive 70% win rate over Glare in their head-to-head history. That dominance is definitely the story here, and it's strange to see the higher rated player starting off on the back foot. We have to see if he can translate that historical edge into a comeback. Glare is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's clearly confident after that previous 13-4 victory over his opponent. The pace of this match is incredibly fast. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Glare is just dominating, sitting pretty at 4-1. The number 15 spot on the ladder is really feeling the heat. He is just relentless, extending that streak to 3 straight wins. He's really flipping the script from that previous blowout. Ignis answers back quickly, securing a clean 1-on-1 victory. He's looking a bit more settled now after that cold start. He just can't be stopped right now, grabbing another point to close the gap. He's definitely starting to find his footing in this one. He is completely taking over this map, carving out a huge swing in the momentum. Unbelievable, he's completely wiped the slate clean to bring us back to a dead heat. The favorite has finally asserted his will in this contest. He's just on fire, continuing this run to take a narrow lead before the break. He's looking like the powerhouse we expected from the start. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead heading into the second half. You know, everything is playing out exactly as we anticipated after that early scare. The higher ranked player is finally firmly in control of the map. Let's see if Glare finds a gear. Glare takes advantage of that high ground to quickly claw back into this game. It's a tough battle for the number 26 ranked player. That was a complete shutdown. He's showing incredible grit to keep climbing back into this series. Another lightning fast engagement for the favorite, who is really starting to put the pressure back on Glare. He's simply too fast right now, erasing any hope of a recovery for his opponent. What a scramble. Both players were nearly out of health, but he just barely eked out the win. That was a nail-biter of a trade. He's showing serious resolve, putting together another swift win to trim the gap. He's completely flipped the script, taking a huge chunk out of that lead with another quick victory. He's proving why he's such a dangerous opponent today. Absolutely suffocating pressure from this man, tying it up and extending the streak to 4. He's just untouchable right now, securing a 5th straight victory to take the lead. The momentum shift is simply staggering. Total wipeout of the opposition, putting him 1 step away from victory. It is rare to see the higher seed struggle this much. What a scramble! He nearly collapsed, but manages to survive a brutal exchange with a tiny shred of health. Just barely hanging on, but he's finally broken that momentum. What a fight, he just barely survives that exchange to force a deadlock at 12 all. Talk about a heart-stopping way to level the series. Simply absurd. He is completely in control of this overtime, taking an effortless lead. Everything is swinging back in favor of the higher seed. And Glare is right back in this. He stops the surge and levels the score at 13-13. This is turning into an absolute war of attrition. Good heavens, he refuses to stay down, surviving a brutal firefight to reclaim the lead. Ignis just barely walked away from the brink of disaster. Pure efficiency here as the underdog shuts him down to bring this series level at 14-14. The momentum is just completely unpredictable today. He just breezes through that engagement, putting himself a single step away from closing the map. Absolute madness. Glare closes out the series with a huge final push to secure the victory. He's finally broken that historical curse and managed to climb his way back to the top. I can't believe we just saw that happen. Incredible resilience. Welcome to Redline. We've got Lancer and Glare stepping up today to see who comes out on top. What a scrap. Glare barely escapes with his life after knocking Lancer off the ramp. Lancer holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history, winning over 56% of their battles. Now the challenge is seeing if that overall dominance can overcome the fact that Glare actually took their most recent clash. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can flip the script today. Glare is really playing aggressive, catching Lancer right as he tried to push down from the ramp. Glare's firmly in control with a 3-2 lead. He's showing the same confidence we saw in that last duel they had. That is an effortless 3-round tier for Glare, who is simply outclassing his opponent right now. He really seems to have Lancer's number today. Lancer finally gets his footing, securing a clean kill from the ramp. He needed to shake off those recent losses today. We are all square up at 4 apiece. He is certainly playing the role of the favorite right now. He's completely flipped the script, taking full control with 3 straight rounds. His ranking is just a bit higher than his opponent's right now. Claire responds instantly, cutting him down from the ramp to even the series. He's fighting hard to stay relevant in the ladder rankings. Claire really has a read on Lancer today, quickly picking him off that ramp position to extend the lead. Claire holds a 7-5 advantage heading into the break. I mean, he's definitely defying the expectations since Lancer entered this one as the favorite. We'll see if that edge holds on the second side. Lancer needs to find some answers here. Lancer has struggled lately coming into this match on a 2-game losing streak. Well, it's clear those earlier losses are continuing to weigh on him here. He really needs to snap out of this slump before he falls too far behind. Glare is just totally dominating the pace right now, and he's definitely not letting Lancer settle in on the ramp. Lancer manages to get a clean sideline on Glare and takes him down from the ramp. He's finally starting to look like the higher ranked player in this series. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that exchange, clutching the win in a total firefight. Glare is cruising with a 3-round lead. He's fighting to get back to that historical dominance. Lancer just secures another win from the ramp, showing a real fight back here. That's a very polished sequence of rounds for him. Glare is putting on a real clinic tonight, keeping his lead secure with a quick reaction. It is a tough stretch for the 18th ranked player right now. Glare takes full control again, shutting down Lancer from the ramp to put himself 1 step away from victory. The momentum has completely shifted since the half. A sudden burst of precision from Lancer prevents the match from ending right there. He's fighting back with some seriously crisp timing. Another huge win for Lancer. And now he's just 1 round away from forcing a real nail bite. He's really finding his second win right when it matters. He's simply too strong right now, continuing the surge from that ramp perch. He's definitely proving why he's the higher seed here. What a run. He just tore through that defense to tie this up at 12 apiece. Absolute chaos. This game is officially a toss-up now. Lancer is absolutely on fire, securing his 5th straight victory to take the lead. He's just completely frozen the other guy out of the match. What a fight. He barely scrapes through that exchange, holding a lead of 2 in this overtime bet. Talk about a frantic sequence of events to end that exchange. He's absolutely steamrolling now, putting a huge amount of pressure on his opponent. He closes out the series in spectacular fashion to complete the comeback. He just completely refused to go down and found a way to push through that overtime pressure. He really had to earn this one. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on Orange for a great matchup between Ignis and Lancer. Let's see if the favorite can hold the line. Ignis has clearly dominated this rivalry, winning about 58% of their historical head-to-heads. That long-term control is likely why we're seeing such confidence in his early positioning. It will be a tough climb for Lancer if this trend continues. Ignis is really rolling now, leading it 2-1. These two are separated by a single point on the ladder. It's been a complete seesaw of a start. Neither of these two can seem to find a lasting lead. Lancer is coming off a solid 16-12 result against Glare. Ignis holds the edge now, pushing ahead to 3-2. We're seeing a mirror of that last victory on Fast Aim. Lancer fights back to pull us level at 3-3. The two are essentially identical in the standings right now. Lancer is really starting to build some heat here, picking up 2 in a row to take control. Lancer is simply outclassing him right now, securing another effortless point. A strong response from Ignis to cut into that gap. The ladder spacing here is basically non-existent between these two. Lancer is showing a surprising amount of confidence today, having won 60% of his matches in this recent stretch. Well, it's definitely a change of pace from how things usually go when these two meet. He's finally starting to close the gap between them. Lancer takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, this is not how anyone saw this half going. The underdog is putting on a huge performance despite Ignis usually owning this matchup. Ignis needs to wake up now. What a fight! He barely clings to life there, surviving on a sliver of health to finally get a round back. He's currently sitting just 1 spot above his rival on the ladder. What a scramble. He survives that war of attrition by the skin of his teeth to keep the momentum shifting. He's really digging deep to keep this comeback alive. Unbelievable. He survives a total firefight on a prayer to keep this surge going. Lancer looks completely rattled by the sudden shift in momentum. Absolute madness. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us dead even. He's really fighting back after that brutal start to the second half. What a slugfest. He guts out another victory to keep this incredible surge alive. It's a complete reversal of the momentum we saw early on. He is just untouchable right now, claiming his 6th straight to take a 2-round lead. This looks like the total dominance we expected from the seed favorite. Lancer answers back instantly, putting a halt to that run. That was an incredibly sharp reaction to close the gap. Goodness, what a scrap. He barely walked away from that chaos, bringing this series back to a dead heat. Hard to tell who has the upper hand with a 1-point gap in the ratings. He's fully back in control now, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. The gap between them is purely a toss-up now. Lancer is just relentless right now, moving within a single round of victory. The momentum has completely shifted since that early deficit. Ignis shows incredible heart to keep this fight alive, refusing to let the match slip away just yet. This is exactly why the ladder keeps him so high. He's completely locked in. That's another effortless round to bring the score level at 12-12. Absolute focus right now to force this into overtime. Unbelievable, he digs deep to survive a brutal exchange on a hairline margin, keeping the surge alive. He is showing unbelievable resilience in these high-pressure exchanges. Another clean sweep for the comeback hit, extending this run to 4 straight. Lancer is completely frozen in this sudden shift. Grueling exchange ends with Lancer digging deep to secure his first point of the frame. He's definitely playing a different game than he was in his last match. He's simply refusing to buckle, pushing the advantage further to 15-13. Very clean finish to reclaim the lead. He pulls off the impossible comeback to secure the final kill and close out the series. He just wouldn't let Lancer put him away in those clutch moments, surviving on a sliver of health 5 times. That grit paid off in overtime. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Glare are stepping onto Mappas for a highly anticipated clash today. Ignis has a massive lead in their head-to-head history, having won about 70% of their past encounters, but Glare is coming off a very close victory against him in their most recent match. It'll be interesting to see who has the mental edge today. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange to keep the momentum rolling. The ladder might favor the other guy, but it's not showing here. That was a desperate fight, but he digs deep to secure a critical round. The early odds definitely had Ignis taking a more commanding lead. He isn't backing down, responding with a completely clean kill to keep this rally going. He's really starting to impose himself now. Glare is cruising right now with a 4-2 lead. He's putting up a real fight despite that massive history deficit. Ignis just keeps digging in, snatching that fight right off the ramp. He's showing a lot of resilience to stay competitive. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that early deficit to tie the set. The momentum has completely shifted in this set. Both of them look incredibly sharp right now. He is completely on fire now, taking another one without taking any damage. The favorite is finally starting to flex his muscles. He is simply untouchable right now, claiming yet another round without taking a single hit. It's starting to feel like the expected outcome of this set. A chaotic scramble that nearly went the other way, but he manages to survive the fray and keep this surge going. He's really putting the screws on now. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, everything is going exactly as forecasted. He had a 5-round run that really defined this opening half. Let's see if Glare can pivot. He refuses to go away and just tighten the gap to a single round. That's another one in the pocket for the underdog. A gritty exchange ends in his favor, keeping the pressure high as he works to extend that lead. The momentum is shifting back and forth constantly. A total shutdown of the target, showing some real grit to close the gap further. He's staying extremely sharp on the Ignis takes control of the engagement from the ramp to pull ahead by 2. The lead is extending, but Glare has proven he can hold his own. That was a brutal exchange, but he comes out on top to keep this momentum climbing. His overall superiority in this matchup is really starting to show. He's absolutely owning the map now, building a huge cushion with that 3rd straight win. A quick response here to keep the gap from widening too far. A decent response from the rank 26 challenger. Glare is playing with huge heart, quickly knocking Ignis off the ramp to keep the pressure on. He is starting to claw his way back into this. What a way to reclaim control. He shuts the door on that push and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. Pure focused execution from the top seed here. What a way to finish it. He puts on a clinic to close this out and secure the victory. He really stepped up and proved that those historical numbers aren't just for show, a solid way to maintain that dominant head-to-head lead. Welcome to Berserk League. Lancer and Glare take the stage on Dunes to see who comes out on top today. Lancer holds a substantial head-to-head lead with over 800 wins against Glare. It's surprising to see the favorite start slow, given how consistently he's outplayed his opponent in the past. We have to see if he can actually bring that history into this series. Glare is on fire, pushing ahead 2-1. His recent form is looking a lot sharper than the rankings suggest. Glare is putting on some serious pressure here, quickly extending the gap to 3 rounds. Another effortless round for the leader, and he's simply taken over this match. This is becoming a total rout as the momentum shifts completely in Glare's favor. That was a desperate scrap, but he secures another round to keep the lead climbing. Absolute perfection. He just can't be stopped right now. What a fight. He barely edges that out to keep his streak alive. He's really challenging that ranking gap right now. Lancer responds with a sharp exchange to finally get a round on the board. Lancer really seems to have a natural advantage on this map, winning 52% of his matches here. It's a huge contrast to Glare, who historically struggles with a much lower success rate in this environment. He needs to find some stability quickly if he wants to preserve this lead. Heading into the break at 9-3. Honestly, this is a shocking start for Lancer. He was the expected winner here, but that 7-round run by Glare has put him in a huge hole. Lancer is struggling to close that huge 5-point gap. He's definitely showing that individual skill gap we see on the ladder. Glare still controls the pace with a 9-5 lead. He's finally shaking off that loss against Ignis. He's completely taking over now, putting together a 3-round tier to narrow the gap. Lancer is truly heating up, securing his 4th straight win without taking a single point of damage. He's finally looking like the favorite we expected. He shuts down that comeback attempt with a quick snap to the head. He's putting up a real fight despite the lower ranking. Lancer's momentum was short-lived. Glare just shuts the door on that little comeback attempt. He's really proving that those rank differences don't matter right now. Lancer is refusing to go quietly. He's putting up a serious fight to claw back into this. Lancer digs in deep to outlast him, keeping this rally alive. He's starting to look like the powerhouse we expected from the start. Lancer is simply on a tear right now, walking away with a 3rd consecutive point. His higher rank is finally translating into results. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us level at 11 all. A complete reversal from where we started this series. Lancer claws through a brutal exchange to stay alive, and is now just a single point away from victory. Lancer's high seed status is finally paying off in the clutch. What a finish. Lancer storms back from the brink to close this out and take the win. What a resilience from him. He really had to dig deep to withstand that initial onslaught from Glare. He had to work for that. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off right now in Italy for a great duel. What a frantic exchange. Both of them were nearly gone, but Lancer barely scraped through that one. Ignis usually holds the edge when these two meet. Lancer really needs these opening rounds because Ignis has owned this rivalry with a 58% win rate. It's a huge mental shift to see the favorite on the back foot. We'll see if Lancer can keep this pressure up. Lancer is just dominating, putting Ignis in a deep hole. He's playing with a lot of confidence after the 13-11 result against Glare. Lancer is making these rounds end in a flash. He's playing incredibly fast right now. Just a couple of spots apart on the ladder today. He's just too sharp right now, putting an end to the comeback attempt. Lancer is completely flipping the script on this series. Ignis recovers his composure to bring the deficit down to 3 rounds. Both are currently fighting in that upper half of the rankings. Ignis is on fire, picking Lancer right off the vine for another round. Lancer will have to dig deep if he wants to keep this gap wide. Lancer's current 2015 record today shows he's in top form. It's interesting because he's normally at a disadvantage in this pairing. He'll have to maintain this precise level of play to avoid his usual fate. Lancer holds a steady 3-round cushion over Ignis. It's impressive to see this level of consistency from the lower rated player. Lancer takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, Ignis is really struggling to find answers. It's a surprising turn of events considering how often the favorite wins this pairing. Time to see if Ignis can respond. Lancer is still firmly in control at 8-5. That was an absolute blur of a round. He's not going away quietly, securing another fast round to narrow the gap. He's just totally unstoppable right now, continuing a fierce run to put Lancer on the defense. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. Lancer answers back immediately with a lightning-fast reaction. What a statement. He's clawed his way back to a deadlock at 9 apiece. The pressure is really mounting for the guy currently lower on the ladder. Lancer recaptures the lead, putting him 1 up. We're seeing some rare parity between these two today. What a brawl. That was a desperate exchange, but he manages to survive it and bring us level. Lancer is showing some serious grit, refusing to let Ignis close the gap as we enter the final stretch. Absolutely effortless. He's showing incredible resolve to pull this series into a dead heat. Holy cow! He barely survives that scrap to put himself just 1 round away from the victory. Lancer is starting to look really shaken right now. What an absolute war. He clutched out that brawl with a sliver of life left, forcing this into overtime. He's playing a very balanced set of matches today. What composure. He wins that brief exchange to take a crucial lead in the extra frames. The top-seeded player is finally finding his footing in this overtime. Neither player is letting the other pull away. We are staring at a complete deadlock. A mirror image of their overall career win rates today. Lancer is putting on an absolute clinic in this overtime, taking full control of the momentum. He's looking a lot stronger than his typical record against Ignis suggests. Lancer is simply too strong right now, shutting down that rally and moving to within 1 point of the victory. His overall confidence is peaking right now. He refuses to let the series slide, winning an intense duel to stay alive. Just a fraction of a second faster this time. What a gritty effort. He manages to dig himself out of that disaster to bring the series back to a dead tie. Ignis pushes forward, claiming a narrow 16-15 advantage. Lancer claws back to tie things up at 16 apiece. Lancer takes the lead again at 17-16. Both players are fighting tooth and nail for every single point here. Lancer surges ahead to an 18-16 lead. Lancer is really capitalizing on his momentum right now. Lancer keeps his lead with a tight 18-17 score. Both players have survived a few scrapes to stay in this match. Lancer extends his grip, now sitting at 19-17. He really fought through the fire to close that out. Just an incredible showing of resilience from the underdog. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Ignis and Glare stepping onto fast aim to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Ignis enters this series with a massive history of success against Glare, winning roughly 70% of their career encounters. That psychological edge is definitely showing in the early rounds. We're seeing that historical dominance translate directly into confidence on the server. Ignis holds a narrow lead, but Glare is fighting back. He's clearly shaking off those recent losses now. Glare is quickly turning the tide here, erasing that early lead to tie things up. We're seeing the underdog really push the pace right now. Ignis just reclaimed the momentum by using that ramp to get the better angle. He looks solid after a tough loss to Lancer earlier today. Ignis is really starting to put some distance between himself and Glare here. A tough stretch for Glare, who struggled with his recent form. What a turnaround! He just deleted Glare off the ramp to take complete control of the server. Just as expected from the rank 16 player. He's simply on another level right now, shutting the door on Glare with an effortless shot. Glare manages to claw one back and gets the upper hand this time. A nice lift for a player who has lost his last few games. He's keeping the pressure high, securing another round to close the gap further. The gap is closing fast for the favorite. Absolutely lethal, he's on a tear right now, picking up his third straight as he heads into the break. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we head into the break. I mean, the favorite is holding his own, but he hasn't been able to run away with this one yet. It's anyone's game going into the second half. Fresh start for both of them. Ignis edges ahead by a single point for now. He's definitely fighting to keep his rank 16 spot secure today. Ignis is putting on a strong show with the current 17-18 record over the last day. It's a contrast to Glare, who is fighting an uphill battle after a rocky 15-20 stretch. Glare really needs to find a way to disrupt this momentum. Ignis is firmly back in control at 9-7. That 13-9 victory on Mappas proves he's got this style figured out. Ignis is putting on a real clinic right now, ending these rounds almost instantly. Simply untouchable right now. He keeps extending this lead, putting the pressure right back on his opponent. Glare wins the race to the head on the ramp to take another one. It's a desperate fight for the 27th seed. A huge moment here as Ignis secures the lead from the ramp, putting himself just one round away from victory. A dominant display from the higher seeded pro today. Boom, Ignis closes it out with a fast sequence to secure the victory. Just another result in a long line of battles where he's simply come out on top. He really knows how to handle this matchup. Welcome to the arena. Lancer and Glare are ready for action, though Lancer enters today as the favorite player. Lancer holds a significant historical advantage with over 800 wins against Glare across their career meetings. You know, that lifelong edge seems to be translating into immediate confidence. We'll see if Glare can find a way to disrupt this momentum. Lancer is pulling ahead, now leading 2-1. He's definitely carrying that momentum from his recent clash with Ignis. Lancer's reaction time is just too sharp right now. He's really putting the pressure on Glare early. He's certainly playing like a top 20 seed today. He's completely taking over the match, claiming yet another round without taking a single point of damage. Lancer is simply outclassing his opponent right now, extending that run to 4 straight. Finally, a response from Glare, snapping the streak to get back in the game. Glare has struggled significantly lately with a win rate of only 20% in his last 10 outings. That dip in form is making it very hard for him to keep pace here. It looks like he's just not finding any answers today. He's back in control, putting together a 3-game surge to push the lead to 8-2. Lancer has a healthy 20-15 record across the day. Another clean exchange for Glare as we head toward the break. He's fighting for a glimpse of that 44% map success rate. Lancer takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly everything here is going according to the script. He's simply looking better in every exchange, which validates his 17th seed today. Time to see if Glare resets. Lancer strikes again to firmly grip a 9-4 lead. He's continuing to play the role of the favorite here. Lancer is cruising now with a dominant 10-4 lead. His recent 60% form in the last 10 is on full display. He's back on top, shutting down that small rally from his opponent with an effortless headshot. Absolute precision from the favorite, putting him just 1 round away from victory. A huge hold there by Glare to keep the dream alive. It's a tough mountain to climb from here. Another quick takedown for Glare, showing he's still dangerous even with the score heavily skewed. He refuses to go quietly, putting together a string of 3 straight to keep his hopes alive. He's completely flipping the script right now. He is absolutely on fire, securing another flawless victory to keep himself in the match. And there it is. Lancer closes out the series with a final burst to secure the win. Despite those gutsy rallies from Glare, he just couldn't find the consistency to match that speed today. Welcome back to Berserk League. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off today on Mappas. Let's see who takes the win. Ignis holds a massive historical lead in this matchup, having won 58% of their head-to-heads. But Lancer is currently on a 3-game win streak and looks very confident. It will be interesting to see if the favorite can reclaim his usual control. Lancer is cruising right now, leading 2 rounds to 1. These two are essentially deadlocked on the ladder right now. What a scramble! Both of them were nearly out of health, but Ignis barely scrapes by to tie things up. The ratings are practically identical for these two. Total shutdown. He's just taking over the server with 3 straight rounds. Lancer's recent hot streak is starting to cool off fast. A very tidy response there to level the playing field. He's played some high-level CS today with a 2015 record. Ignis has finally surged ahead with a 4-3 lead. Both players are sitting right next to each other on the ladder. Lancer fights back and we are all squared up. They're basically identical in the rankings right now. Lancer is putting on a real clinic right now, turning the tide of this set with those quick finishes. Perfectly balanced at 5 apiece. This is a real nail biter. He's looking sharp after that recent victory against Glare. Lancer takes the edge with a slim 6-5 advantage. The gap between these two on the ladder is practically non-existent. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is outplaying the favorite here. Lancer is ignoring the odds and putting himself in a great spot to steal this set. Time to swap sides. Lancer has been on fire today, putting up a 2015 record in the last 24 hours. Well, that confidence is clearly translating into this specific duel. He looks like he's found the perfect way to neutralize the historical advantage Ignis usually carries. Lancer is pulling away now, holding a 9-6 cushion. Their individual skill levels are practically identical on the ladder. That's a second straight win for the challenger, who is refusing to let this match slip away. Lancer is putting some serious pressure on with a 10-7 lead. The gap between these two is virtually non-existent in the ratings. Lancer is really putting the screws to him now, just an absolute blur of a round to extend that lead. Ignis is refusing to just fold here. He's keeping this competitive even with a decent gap to bridge. The top 15 on the ladder are really showing their class here. Ridiculously fast exchange puts Lancer on the verge of victory. The raw speed in that exchange was just incredible. Hard-fought engagement here, but Ignis manages to secure the kill and stay alive in the set. A crucial stand to prevent the immediate end of the set. And that's it. Lancer closes things out to secure the victory. He's really proven that those historical stats don't mean a thing when you're playing with this much momentum. Welcome to Orange. We've got Ignis and Glare facing off, with the favorite looking to maintain a strong lead today. Emotion mid Ignis is the clear favorite here, with a 70% win rate in their head-to-head matches. So he should really be the one putting the pressure on. It will be interesting to see if he can turn things around after that slow start. Emotion mid. Unbelievable, he barely hangs on with a sliver of health to even the score. He's certainly feeling the pressure after a tough run of games lately. Ignis holds the edge now, leading 2-1. The rank 17 seed is really looking comfortable right now. Absolutely dominant performance. He's on fire right now, making it 3 straight. A sharp response from Glare to break that momentum. The underdog is really stepping up to challenge the top seed today. What a chaotic exchange. He barely scrapes through that fight to bring us back to a deadlock. Despite the rankings, the match is completely wide open now. Ignis just barely reclaimed the lead, putting him ahead 4-3. His recent form has definitely been a struggle lately. Glare strikes back. We are totally deadlocked at 4-all. A really tough stretch for Glare recently, but he's holding his own. These two are trading blows back and forth, barely letting the other breathe. The rank 28 player is really fighting for his life here. And we're back to a 5-5 tie, total stalemate. The lower rated player is really making a name for himself this set. Ignis secures a slim 1-point cushion heading into round 11. Hard to shake off that 15-20 run from today. We're all square up at 6 each moving into the break. And honestly, Ignis is performing just as we'd expect given the skill gap. It's just a matter of who closes out the second half. Fresh starts for both players. Ignis claws ahead again with a narrow 7-6 lead. He's been quite dominant in their overall history together. Glare forces another tie, making it 7 apiece. It's a real battle of nerves for both players right now. Glare is really starting to stack up the wins, claiming his 3rd in a row to move into the lead. He's not slowing down, a perfect read there as he extends the run to 3. Unreal, he manages to survive that slugfest by the skin of his teeth. The gap in their overall ratings is definitely starting to show. Another clutch win for Ignis to bring us level. His recent slump in the last 10 seems to be fading. A brutal trade of shots, but he comes out on top to keep the heat rising. He's really asserting himself as the superior player in this series. He gets the drop on his opponent, tying it up at 10 apiece. Ignis is really starting to separate himself from the pack here, just 1 point away from the finish line. He really seems to have Glare's number in this series. He just completely shuts down that comeback attempt and puts himself 1 step away from the victory. Huge stop there by Glare, keeping his hopes alive as we head into the final stretch. What a way to push this game further. He delivers a perfect shot to force an absolute deadlock. He's completely taken over this late stretch, stacking up another win to reach 13. And the lower rank now just needs 1 more for the win. He answers back with a perfect series of shots to bring this whole thing back to a dead heat. Glare is keeping his cool, refusing to let Ignis pull away as we enter the final stretch. He's playing far above his usual level today. Glare answers back immediately, taking a huge step toward closing out this series. A really swift conclusion to that engagement. What a finish. He survives the carnage with just a sliver of health to close the deal. He really played his heart out in overtime to defy those heads-to-head numbers. Just an incredible showing from the underdog. He earned that victory. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today as Lancer takes on Glare to see who comes out on top. Lancer has an impressive 56% win rate in their long-term head-to-head history. It's clear that he usually holds the edge, so seeing Glare take this first round is a surprising start. I wonder if that's a sign of a shifted momentum today. Lancer is quickly clawing back to lead 2-1. Coming into this as the clear favorite, he's playing exactly to 4. The parity is unbelievable here. We're tied up again and neither player is letting the other get a foothold. Lancer secures a slim lead, pushing it to 3-2. Cashing in on that top 15 ranking right now. Glare claws right back to keep it deadlocked. The gap in their ladder standings isn't showing much yet. Lancer is really utilizing those high spots to keep his lead intact. We're back to a stalemate at 4 apiece. That early victory in their last map meeting should still be fresh. Glare manages to edge ahead with a 5-4 lead. Lancer's strong form in his last 10 matches isn't translating yet. Both of these guys are fighting for every single point. We're seeing these rounds fly by in under 2 seconds. Lancer regains control, pushing his lead to 6-5. We're all tied up at 6-6. It's been a dead heat so far, even though Lancer entered the server as the favorite. Glare has looked more than capable of hanging with him today. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer breaks the tie and takes a 7-6 advantage. He seems quite comfortable coming off those recent victories. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange to take a 2-round lead. The momentum clearly swings back to the higher seeded player. Lancer holds a narrow 1-round cushion at 8-7. Glare answers right back and we're deadlocked at 8. He's fighting a tough battle today after a rocky 15-20 stretch. Another absolute shutout here, and that's 3 straight for the comeback kid. Lancer reacts just a bit faster to put the scores back on level ground. Glare is staying aggressive and simply outpeaked him on the wine to take the lead. He's really fighting through a rough patch in his last 10. Lancer is starting to look a bit shaky here, and Glare is absolutely capitalizing on that gap. He looks completely unfazed by the gap in the ratings. He just needed one clean hit to pull these two back to a virtual tie. An absolute clinic from Glare to seize control, putting him just 1 round away from victory. He refuses to go down quietly, surviving that duel without taking any damage. Lancer just needs a little more consistency to flip this script. Absolutely incredible. He's forced this into overtime after a brilliant sequence of play. Lancer really looks strong in their recent match against Ignis. He just won't stop. Lancer keeps this heat going with another victory. That 21-14 record from today is really starting to show. Glare shuts him down on the wine to level things up at 13-13. A truly grueling battle for both of these players. He is really starting to put the pressure on here, barely letting Glare breathe in these late rounds. The pressure is reaching a boiling point. We're deep into this overtime and neither man is budging. He's playing like a man possessed right now. Lancer delivers a lightning fast strike to push his lead to 15-14. What a finale! Lancer digs deep in a gritty exchange to close out the series. He really refused to let this one go, surviving those tight moments to stay on top. Glare gave him everything he had in a complete war total nail-biter. Welcome to the show. We've got Ignis and Lancer stepping onto red line to see who comes out on top today. Lancer was faster on the draw, catching Ignis right as he climbed the ramp. Lancer looks to keep that recent momentum rolling after his last few wins. Ignis really likes taking control from that ramp. He's quickly evening things up here. He's looking for some payback after that loss on Mapas. Ignis has won nearly 60% of their all-time head-to-head matchups. It's a massive historical edge that should be giving him a lot of confidence in this series. We'll see if Lancer can fight off that pressure and close the gap. Ignis shuts him down on the ramp and he's now firmly in the driver's seat. Lancer has certainly looked strong in his most recent outings. Ignis is putting a real squeeze on Lancer right now. It's been a tough run for the top-seeded player so far today. Absolute control from Ignis right now, who just surged ahead to a 5-2 lead. It's a surprising turn for the higher-rated player in this series. That was a wild scramble, but he outlasts the exchange to make it 4 straight. He's really shaking off those previous loss streaks from earlier today. Lancer manages to secure a round from the ramp, finally halting that slide. He is definitely showing that confidence from his last few wins today. Lancer has been on a tear today with a 22-14 record over the last 24 hours. That strong form is why he entered this match as the favorite. Now he's just hoping he can find a way to reverse this specific momentum shift. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. Lancer will need a big switch to get back into this game. Time for a fresh start. Ignis is just too fast today, shutting that down on the ramp to keep the pressure mounting. His rank might be slightly higher, but the results aren't showing it. Ignis reads him like an open book, cutting him down right as he tried to hold that ramp. It's becoming quite a struggle for the higher rated player here. Lancer had the better read that time, catching Ignis right as he tried to hold the high ground. It's a glimpse of that 7% win rate advantage we've seen lately. Lancer is really picking up steam now, dragging Ignis right off the ramp to keep this comeback alive. The higher rated player is fighting a tough battle here. He's completely taking over here, securing his 3rd consecutive victory. Lancer is normally the one closing out these sets. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, bringing him to a critical point in the set. Lancer handles the distance perfectly, knocking him off the ramp to delay the inevitable. A much needed breath of air for the challenger right now. What a finish! Ignis shuts the door completely to claim the victory. He's really shaking off those previous losses and showing why he's typically the man to beat in this pairing. Ignis owns the history here with a 70% win rate in their total matchups. The sheer volume of his success against Glare makes this a strange start to the game. We have to see if the heavy favorite can actually reset this momentum. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a clash between Ignis and Glare. Ignis enters as the favorite here. Glare is on a tear right now, quickly picking up these early rounds. His form lately has been rough, barely winning 30% of his last 10. Glare is really putting the pressure on, leading 3-2. He is definitely fighting to get back to that seed 17 spot. What a fight, he barely scrapes through that encounter to even things up at 3 apiece. Both of them are fighting for their lives in these rankings today. Glare seizes control with a narrow 4-3 lead. That's an impressively clean start for someone sitting at rank 27. Glare is just not letting up, catching Ignis right as he tried to hold that ramp. He just completely shut that down from heaven, extending his lead to 6-3. It is a total reversal of their usually dominant head-to-head record. A completely untarnished win for Ignis, proving he's not out of this one yet. He's finally starting to look like the favorite again. He's putting up a real fight, keeping the pressure high to close that gap. That's a sudden shift in the rhythm of this game. Glare really seems to be the one in control here, especially since just took their last match as well. And honestly, it's starting to feel like he's found a specific blueprint to beat the favorite. He'll need to keep this composure to avoid a late game collapse. We head into the break with Glare holding a 7-6 lead. I mean, the underdog is completely ignoring the script here. Ignis has looked shaky despite his higher rank, and now he's fighting from behind. Glare is playing very well here, shutting down that attempt to play from the boost. He's clearly keeping that early confidence from their last meeting today. Incredible tenacity from Ignis, digging deep to survive that slugfest with practically nothing left in the tank. He's showing surprising grit today despite the rough start. He's totally untouchable from the ramp, locking the series up at 8 apiece. Total dead heat as we enter the second half of the set. Glare pulls ahead again, claiming a slim 9-8 lead. He's showing a lot of heart, fighting back to bring the score level at 9 apiece. The pressure is mounting as the underdog refuses to fold. Glare takes the lead again at 10-9. That's another result favoring the underdog today. He earns a tough fight back to put the series in a deadlock. The momentum just completely shifted again. It is becoming a true battle of attrition, with neither player able to hold on to a lead for more than a single round. Absolutely effortless on that sequence, and we've got a deadlock at 11-11. Everything is wide open now heading into the final stretch. Glare pulls ahead again, putting himself in a position to end this whole thing right now. Unbelievable, Glare closes it out with a stunning sequence to secure the victory. He's refusing to go quietly, keeping his hopes alive in a huge way. That was a lightning fast exchange. Holy cow, what a scramble. He somehow walks away from that chaos with just a sliver of health left. He's practically untouchable when he has the lead. Glare manages to outduel him on the ramp, putting himself in a prime position to end this. It is quite a sight seeing the higher seed struggle this match. What a finish! He survives that chaotic firefight to seal the match. Ignis finally answers back in a tighter clash to keep this overtime battle going. The pressure is definitely getting to the rank 27 player now. He is refusing to back down, securing another rapid victory to keep this comeback alive. A surprising shift for the favorite to fight through. He's on absolute fire now, taking a massive step toward completing this improbable comeback. Everything's on the line as Ignis and Glare stay tight. Ignis finally edges ahead, taking a 17-16 lead. Absolute lockdown from here on out. An absolute stalemate, bringing both players back to 17. His resilience is paying off despite the ladder gap. Ignis just edges ahead to claim an 18-17 lead. He really seems to have the upper hand in this endgame. And we are back at 18-all after that. This total deadlock is just unbelievable. Glare just barely pulls ahead, leading 19-18. Glare is surging ahead, now holding a 20-18 advantage. Total dominance on this side of the map right now. Glare is extending his grip with a 21-18 cushion. That is a brutal string of losses for the high seed. Ignis strikes back, narrowing it to 19-21. He needed to stop that momentum from spiraling. Glare is cruising now, sitting comfortably at 22. Ignis claws one back, now trailing by just 2. The skill gap is nearly invisible in a grind like this. Ignis is breathing down his neck at 21-22. The favorite is finally refusing to let this match slip away. Glare is just barely holding out at 23-21. He is really capitalizing on those 14-21 struggles from earlier today. Ignis is looming large, just one step behind at 22-23. He is playing way above his seat today. Glare holds a 2-round edge at 24-22. He's definitely making an argument against the rankings tonight. Glare is stretching this out to a 25-22 lead. Ignis answers back, narrowing the gap to 23-25. He really has the poise needed to keep this interesting. Ignis keeps charging, leaving Glare with an arrow 25-24 edge. Glare just pulls further ahead, now leading 26-24. He is really leaning into the confidence from that previous series win. Ignis is within striking distance at 25-26. His mental toughness is proving to be the difference maker today. Pure madness, Ignis brings us back to a dead tie. Simply unbelievable how this match continues to swing. The momentum has completely shifted in this deadlock. Glare barely keeps the lead at 27-26. He's consistently playing better than his rank would suggest. And just like that, Ignis forces a complete deadlock. Neither one of them is given an inch in this marathon. The tension is peaking as they trade blows. That's a huge relief for the higher seed, barely keeping his cool after staring down defeat in overtime. He really had to bleed for this one. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. Lancer and Glare are heading into fast aim to see who comes out on top. Lancer has usually got the upper hand in this rivalry, but Glare is looking to flip the script right here. Glare looks sharp early on, using that ramp to put a lot of pressure on Lancer. A total reversal from their last encounter on Italy P. Lancer just proved the ramp isn't a safe haven today, keeping this series tight. It's a nice look for the higher rated player. Lancer really controls this rivalry with a substantial win rate lead over Glare. It's just an interesting start to the day, seeing him struggle to maintain that advantage. He'll need to find a way to reclaim the momentum soon. Glare manages to pick him off the ramp, extending the lead to 5. He's definitely making a case for himself despite the rating gap. That was a real slugfest, but Glare comes out on top again to reach 6. Things are looking a bit shaky for our 15-seeded player. Lancer answers back from the ramp to halt the momentum. He has been the one to deliver in their most recent encounters. Unreal, he clings to life with a tiny sliver of health to secure another win from the ramp. What a performance, he's completely taken control of this set now. He looks like the better player right now. He just can't be stopped right now, claiming another win from the window to tighten this gap. Glare holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's defying the rankings for now. We'll see if Lancer can lean on his head-to-head success to close this gap in the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer is refusing to go away, securing a quick victory to tighten the gap. A lightning fast encounter to get the scoreline even closer. Lancer has managed to win 56% of their historical meetings. Well, he's looking a bit staggered right now and is fighting an uphill battle. It will be interesting to see if he can shake off this light before the game slips away. He's digging deep now, refusing to let this game slide away from him. The pressure is clearly mounting for the higher seed here. He outduels Glare on the ramp to keep this comeback rolling. He's definitely starting to look like the favorite again. Lancer has fully raised the deficit, leveling the game at 9-9. The pressure has completely shifted onto Glare's shoulders now. He manages to drag himself back into the lead, taking Glare down from the toolbox for another one. It's a total flip from how the first half looked. Glare responds quickly to keep things deadlocked at 10-all. The lower rated side is really fighting for every single point here. Absolute chaos on this exchange, and Glare barely escapes with his life to take the lead. A wild way to get a narrow lead. Lancer catches him on the ramp, bringing this whole series back to a deadlock. This has essentially become a coin flip at this point. What a move. Glare secures the lead from the window and now needs only one more to seal the deal. It's becoming a very tight contest between these two. What an incredible push from Lancer to force the tie. We are headed to overtime. Neither man is giving an inch as we head into the extra frames. Lancer is just on another level right now, completely outclassing him in a flash to take the lead. He is really making a case for why he entered as the favorite. Glare shuts him down on the ramp and manages to keep things perfectly balanced going into the next round. Lancer just completely erased Glare from the map, showing incredible grit in this overtime push. He's really fighting to prove he belongs in the top tier. He's just relentlessly putting on the pressure to secure a massive lead. The momentum has completely swung back to his side. Glare holds his ground on the ramp to keep himself in this fight. A huge momentum shift right when it mattered most. What a finish. Lancer completes the comeback and claims the victory right here. He really had to dig in for that one, especially after falling behind early. He just refused to let the series slip. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. We have Ignis and Lancer facing off on Dunes to see who comes out on top. Ignis has traditionally owned this rivalry with a 58% win rate overall. Well, it's an interesting contrast to see him as the underdog in the eyes of the crowd today. The pressure is definitely on him to reclaim that historical dominance. A gritty fight from Ignis, who refuses to let his opponent run away with the set. Lancer is dominating, leading this clash 4-1. Lancer is just relentless, pushing his lead to 5-1. A stark difference from their previous meeting in the red line sets. Lancer has managed a respectable 2015 record today, but he's clearly feeling the pressure now as he tries to maintain this lead. He really can't afford to let Ignis chip away at the advantage any further. Lancer is cruising now, sitting comfortably at 7-2. The higher rated player is simply taking control of the map. The momentum swings back quickly as Lancer secures his third straight point with a perfect shot. A stark turnaround from the result we saw on red line earlier. That's 4 in a row for Lancer, who completely shut down any hope of a comeback here. Lancer takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, this is a complete reversal of the expected script. Ignis looks totally lost after that 5-round slide and needs a massive shift to stay in this time for a clean slate. Ignis finally claws back one, trailing 10-3. He's looking for a shred of that confidence from the red line set. That was nearly instantaneous. Lancer is just too fast for him right now. That was a lightning fast exchange. Lancer shuts down the comeback attempt instantly, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. What a finish. Lancer shuts the door on this series and secures the victory. He just completely outpaced him in every exchange today. The speed difference was night and day. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Ignis and Glare facing off today on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Ignis has absolutely owned this rivalry, winning 70% of their head-to-head clashes. It's a massive statistical edge, but we've already seen Glare take the early lead today. I'm curious to see if the favorite can actually recover his footing here. Nick, Klaus and Clog. Coming into this, the other guy has really struggled in his last 10. A real seesaw battle we have here. These two are completely deadlocked in a deadlock fight. Claire is fighting hard to erase those recent struggles. Claire just edged ahead, taking a 3-2 lead. He's putting up a fight despite that lower spot on the ladder. That's a huge swing of momentum as he takes his third straight. Ignish gets a clean response here, bringing the game right back to a close margin. He definitely knows how to keep it tight against the higher rated opponent. Total deadlock now as they stand tied at 4 apiece. The higher rated man is starting to push his advantage. He's completely on fire now, taking full control of the server. Claire has really been struggling to find a win today. A steadier hand this time, and we're back to a level playing field. The underdogs are really stepping up today. Claire holds the edge with a slim 6-5 lead. Surprisingly strong run for someone currently sitting at number 28. Claire holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, he is playing way above his rank right now. It's surprising to see him in the driver's seat given how Ignis usually dominates their meetings. Fresh sides. Let's see what happens. Claire maintains a narrow cushion at 7-6. He's desperate for a strong result after a tough loss to Lancer. Ignis has a massive all-time advantage with 635 head-to-head wins. And honestly, it's starting to look like those past successes are meaningless in this specific set. Claire is simply outplaying him right now. So we have to wonder if the favorite has completely lost his edge today. Ignis manages to dig deep and scramble for the win, keeping the pressure on Claire. He needs to string together a few more to actually close the gap. Claire is pulling away with a commanding 10-7 lead. A huge shift from the usual outcomes we see in their head-to-heads. Claire is just staring down the finish line right now, putting a huge amount of pressure on Ignis. He's fighting back after that 14-16 loss to Lancer earlier. Ignis is refusing to go quietly, keeping this contest interesting as the gap starts to shrink. He's refusing to buckle, continuing a strong push to get back into this series. He's simply unstoppable right now, securing another fast round to keep this comeback rolling. This is exactly why the rankings gave him the edge going in. Unbelievable, he has completely erased that deficit to force a deadlock. The sheer grit on display from the higher ranked side is impressive. Ignis is completely in control now, stepping up to the threshold of victory after a huge swing in momentum. Absolute brilliance from Ignis. He closes out the series with a flawless final kill to claim the victory. Claire really pushed him to the absolute limit there, but he just couldn't find that one last opening. What a battle. welcome to Red Line. We have Lancer and Glare facing off today, with Lancer entering the match as the favorite. Lancer holds a huge historical edge with 862 total wins over Glare. He's certainly the more consistent player in this head-to-head relationship. The real question is if he can shake off this slow start and reclaim his control. Lancer puts on a great show from the ramp to keep things close. He's been on an absolute tear in his last couple of series. We've got a dead hit now. Glare forces a tie. Glare is really fighting an uphill battle given his recent form. Glare takes a slender lead, edging ahead 3-2. A surprising turn for someone coming off a 4-game slump. Glare is really building some scary momentum right now, taking over the pace of the map. This is a complete reversal of their typical dynamic. Lancer manages to hold the ramp and put another round on the board. He's generally been the much stronger player in this pairing. Glare has clearly found a way to disrupt Lancer's rhythm today, which is impressive given he has only managed a 10% win rate in his last 10 series. It's almost as if he's completely turned the page on his recent struggles. Now the pressure is on Lancer to prove he can still hold his ground. Lancer claws back to a perfect 5, all stalemate. It looks like his superior ranking is finally paying dividends. Lancer is completely in control now, taking a commanding lead right before the switch. That was an incredibly quick encounter to cap the half. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this aligns perfectly with what we expected. He used that 4-round run to pull away, and he's looking very comfortable with the current lead. Let's see if Glare can push back. Glare is really making it a tight contest by pulling Lancer off that ramp. He's really fighting the odds considering where they sit on the ladder. Lancer's pulling further ahead now, leading by 2. Lancer is definitely leaning on that top half ranking right now. Glare puts out the fire on the ramp, bringing the score right back to a 1-round difference. He's keeping the pressure high for someone rated outside the top 20. Glare is playing some incredible Counter-Strike right now, taking total control of the series. His current performance is a total departure from those recent losses. He's just untouchable right now, walking away without losing a single point of health. Lancer manages to pick him off the ramp, leveling the score at 9 apiece. Lancer regains a thin advantage, moving ahead 10-9. The favorite is definitely asserting his will here. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that brawl, clinging to life after a chaotic trade. Glare answers back immediately with a lightning-fast raid. He's fighting back despite that rough start to the day. Lancer is really struggling to find an answer for that ramp position right now. This is a massive swing for the man sitting at rank 29. A perfect shot puts the pressure on, dropping Lancer right off the ramp. He's absolutely locked in right now. What a clutch response. Lancer forces a deadlock, and we are heading straight into overtime. Hard to believe we've reached an extra frame. Lancer is quickly reclaiming the momentum after that brief slide, making it a 2-round swing in his favor. Consistency is key as he's really putting his weight behind the server now. Lancer shuts down the challenge by clearing Glare off the ramp, extending his current run to 3. His recent form is starting to look much more like the top 15 player we know. Absolute demolition. He's just one step away from closing this out after another effortless round. The skill gap has never looked more apparent than this. What a scramble. Glare survives a brutal exchange to keep himself in the fight. High tension encounter that keeps this set very much alive. Lancer closes the door right here, finishing the fight to claim the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one in overtime, but his experience in these tight spots proved the difference. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer are facing off on Italy, though the favorite will need to stay sharp today. Lancer really played that perfectly, taking control of the wine box early to secure the first. Ignis has historically held a huge advantage in their head-to-head matchups, but we have to remember that Lancer recently humiliated him in their last encounter. It will be interesting to see if that previous dominance carries over to this server. Everything's back to square one now that they're tied. Lancer is fighting hard to maintain his recent momentum. Ignis is starting to look very comfortable here, taking control of the map as he puts a bit of distance between himself and Lancer. He's completely taken over now, simply outclassing his opponent in this stretch. Lancer answers back quickly to keep this close. The higher rated man is making a stand here. Ignis had no trouble dealing with that position, and now he's firmly back in the lead. His current form is impressive, but he's facing a historic wall today. What an absolute scrap. Lancer barely scrapes through that encounter with his life. He has definitely been in better form lately. Lancer has a strong recent form with an 80% win rate in his last 10 outings. He's definitely coming in with the confidence of someone who has been winning most of his matches lately. Now it's up to him to translate that strength into a lead here. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite's putting up the numbers we expected to see. He's holding a small advantage, but Lancer is keeping this fight very competitive. Time to switch it up. Ignis is pulling away now, leading 8-5. The higher rated player is certainly feeling the pressure here. Lancer takes a crisp win here, proving he's not going down without a fight. A really gritty showing from the top-seeded player. Ignis manages to secure another one for himself, taking the round from the wine box. Ignis is running away with it, commanding a 4-round lead. A strong start for him, but the momentum is shifting. Complete shutdown. He's just too fast for the opposition right now. Unbelievable. He nearly goes down, but manages to claw out the victory and puts himself just 1 point away from the win. Lancer is not ready to let this go, shutting down the attempt to close things out. He's really fighting an uphill battle despite that favorite status. Another quick win for Lancer, who keeps the door open for himself in this series. Lancer is really starting to look like the heavy favorite we expected. And there it is. Ignis shuts the door with a perfect final encounter to secure the victory. He really just wiped the floor with him on that final exchange. Ignis looks like he's officially reclaimed his spot as the bigger threat in this rivalry. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Ignis and Glare stepping up for this match though. Ignis enters as the clear favorite. Ignis really dominates the historical head-to-head here, holding a 70% win rate in their meetings. It explains why the early momentum is shifting his way so quickly. Let's see if Glare can actually break that trend today. He's absolutely on fire, crossing the line for a third straight. He answers back with a lightning fast reaction to halt that early surge. Glare is refusing to back down, picking him off the ramp to close the gap. He's really shaking the favorite's confidence right now. Unbelievable. Glare has completely flipped the script, erasing that early deficit to level things up. He's purely in control, now taking Ignis off the ramp to secure another win. Absolute mastery from the challenger, who looks completely untouchable right now. Quite a reversal from what the pre-game predictions suggested. Ignis secures a narrow trade off the ramp to get back in this. This is a tough day for the number 29 seed. We're completely deadlocked at 5 apiece. The struggle is real for Glare after a rough run today. Total shutdown here, and he is officially back in the driver's seat with a lead of 1. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, the top seed is safely in the lead as predicted. Glare showed some heart with that mid-half streak, but he's still fighting uphill here. Time to switch things up. Glare is having a rough go today, going 13-22 over the last day. It seems that lack of confidence is bleeding into this series. He is really struggling to find any answers for the favorite's pressure right now. Ignis is pulling far ahead now, leading by 3. The higher rank is starting to make a difference here. Ignis is putting a lot of pressure on his opponent here, really closing in on the finish. He's really squeezing the life out of this set. He's completely outclassed his opponent from the ramp to extend the lead. The gap in the ladder is starting to look like a mountain. Another effortless round, leaving him just a single victory short of the win. A totally one-sided affair as we head into the finale. Glare delivers a swift response here to push the score to 7-12. That's a welcome bit of resistance from the underdog. What a way to finish. Ignis shuts the door with a perfect final shot to claim the victory. He's just too consistent for the competition. Glare fought hard for a bit, but he couldn't keep pace today. Welcome everyone to Orange. Lancer is stepping up for this duel against Glare to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a substantial 863-666 head-to-head lead over Glare. And honestly, it feels like the ratings are backing that history too. Glare is having a rough run today, but he'll want to use that early lead to flip the script on the favorite. Lancer is surging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. The 13th seed is looking very comfortable in his spot. He is simply on another level right now, securing his 3rd straight victory. Absolute control here, he just can't be stopped right now. He's really putting that ladder advantage to good use here. A perfect sequence for Glare, showing some real grit to halt the momentum shift. It's a much needed spark for the underdog in this set. Lancer has been in exceptional shape lately, winning 80% of his last 10 matches. That consistency is starting to weigh on Glare, who has stumbled through a difficult run of losses today. We have to see if he can actually mount a comeback. He's not going away quietly, securing another round to keep the pressure on Lancer. Lancer is looking a bit rattled after those back-to-back losses. Lancer steadies the ship, moving back to a 6-4 lead. His rank, 13 status, is showing as soon as he finds a gap. A quick reaction from Glare to bring the deficit down to just 1. He's making this an incredibly close battle. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, it's a deadlock for now. Lancer had a strong run of 4 in a row, but Glare has fought back to keep this completely level. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer claims the edge with a narrow 7-6 lead. Lancer has been definitely more productive today with 21 wins already. Lancer is pulling away again, now leading by 2. Glare is really feeling the pressure of that recent 6-game skid. He's staying dangerous, keeping this fight alive by keeping the deficit to just 1. A high-stakes duel as the favorite tries to maintain his lead. Another clean pick for the underdog, and suddenly everything is level again. It is a complete toss-up now. Lancer barely keeps his nose ahead at 9-8. A tough stretch for Glare, who has only won 1 of his last 10. Lancer extends his lead to 10-8 after that clinical finish. It's a tough climb for Glare after such a dismal run lately. Glare is refusing to crumble, stepping up for a total shutdown of his opponent. That was a quick response to keep things tight. Incredible. Both players were shredded in a brutal firefight, but Glare barely edges it out to tie things up. He is simply unstoppable right now, taking full control of this series. He suddenly found the gear we haven't seen all series. Unbelievable. Lancer manages to survive that absolute war of attrition by the skin of his teeth. That was a nail-biter of a trade. He has fought his way back into the lead and is now just 1 point away from victory. What a feat. Glare closes it out perfectly to complete the comeback and take the victory. The mental fortitude we just saw was simply unreal. He completely ignored the odds and fought through every hurdle to shake the favorite. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Ignis and Lancer stepping up for a fierce battle today. Ignis really owns this particular rivalry, winning nearly 60% of their total matchups. That historical edge seems to be translating into confidence today. We'll see if Lancer can shake that off early. Ignis is putting some serious pressure on Lancer now. Lancer is normally the stronger seed on the ladder. Both of these players are just trading blows right now. Neither one can get a real lead. He's certainly playing like someone who knows he can win here. Lancer just sneaked ahead to take a 3-2 lead. Lancer has been on fire with 21 wins today. Lancer is just unstoppable right now, picking up another victory to stretch his lead. A tough spot for the guy who came in as the favorite. He answers back immediately to keep this game close. Lancer has been in incredible form lately, boasting an 80% win rate in his last 10. We are deadlocked at 4 apiece as they reset. The gap between them is virtually non-existent on the ladder. What a desperate scramble. He comes out on top in a real brawl to take the lead. He's coming off a really strong victory against Glare just before this series. Both players landed some heavy hits, but he manages to survive the exchange to even things up. Lancer is definitely showing that high seed energy today. Lancer holds a slim edge as we head back out. He looks focused after that dominant 13-3 win in their previous meeting. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. And honestly, the underdog is defying the odds here. Ignis usually manages the map better, but Lancer is currently fighting his way toward a huge upset. Let's see who keeps the pace. Ignis is closing the gap to 7-6. That was an incredibly snappy exchange. A really strong showing from him today with 19 wins already. Lancer is putting up a seriously impressive daily score with a 21-13 record so far. It's clear he's carrying that momentum right into the heart of this series. The big question now is if Ignis can find a way to stop him from pulling further ahead. That was a total shutdown and is showing some real grit to stay in this fight. Unbelievable. He survives a desperate slugfest to secure his second straight point. He is really starting to claw back into this thing. What a statement. He completely shuts down the round to bring the score dead even. Absolute total shift in energy since the half. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking full control of the map with a 4th straight win. Lancer just shuts that down instantly to keep things locked at 10-all. The battle of the top 15 is heating up here. Lancer is really starting to pull away here. Just one more round and he secures this. What a fight! He keeps his composure to bring this duel all the way back to a tie. The pressure is mounting as the match reaches a complete standstill. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Lancer outlasts him to reach match point. Lancer is looking incredibly composed as he closes in on the victory. What a recovery. He refuses to go down quietly, forcing this whole ordeal into overtime. Sudden turn of the tide in a high tension spot. What a nail biter! He barely scraped through that carnage to keep the rally going. He's simply refusing to let this match slip away. He is on a complete tear, taking full control of the server with a 3rd straight win. Lancer's momentum has completely evaporated. Complete reset. He finds his footing again with a perfect response to keep the series alive. Lancer knows exactly how to handle this specific map. The pace is just blistering. Lancer is reacting faster and faster with every exchange. He's really starting to find his flow again. He just can't be stopped. That's 3 straight for Lancer, putting him a single step from victory. Lancer closes it out with a perfect finish to secure the victory. Ignis really pushed him to the limit in overtime, but the clutch factor just